But of course, people of chat, it is time. Mic check, 1, 2. Too legit city on the mic. Guys, we are in. It is OD time, oxygen not included. We're going to be getting back into the dupe colonies. Y'all know what it is. We are going to be shooting down Demolier today. That's the plan. So I believe we've made all the ammo by the end of the last stream. So now that it's all done, we can start sending it back home, taking care of business. Blast shots? Wait. Blast shots. Why is it only 89? We're sending it back, right? We are. Alright, so bump this up. Nice. So we are at the point of the game where we are realistically just able to do this. Alright. So it's cycle 171. The Demolier is going to hit us in 29 cycles, so we have to shoot it down today. So we have the 4 shots right there. We already have 5 loaded in. And we're going to start shooting it down soon. Wait for the meteor to go past first. So we gotta do some maintenance on the top of the map. Hey, Taxi, I see you over there. The boppage emote. Only way to do it. Hope you're having a good Fridays though, Taxi. Okay, so far so good. We still have the issue right here. It is what it is. We'll have to deal with that at some point. And we already know how we're gonna want to deal with it. Critter flux is on the side. This is never going to be an issue because of how it's built. And then going back into here, we have the hot sulfur. This was the fertilizer room. Now it's completely clean. Nice. And for the most part, we don't know what we want to do with that yet. It's still kind of cold in the bedrooms. We're going to start making the base warm. No gas in the middle. That's just a drop of carbon dioxide that makes this look weird. What's going on, TL? Welcome in. Hello. So right now, we are going to be doing this weird thing where we're going to... We can end stream with 1,000,000 points, yep. And we just end the stream. Just like you would imagine. Don't do it, man. We gotta be streaming today, though. So far, so good. Still a little bit cold. We don't really have CO2 handled. I think we need more oxygen, though. CO2 is kind of an issue right here. We have stopped the H2 because we were powering the blast shot. I don't think we need to do that anymore, though. So I am going to be willing to sack a little bit of hydrogen so we could move the oxygen down and repressurize. It does feel like we would want a couple of deodorizers, so let's get that in. Let's get one here. That's already going to have one. Not too bad. A lot of the polluted water is coming from over here. I really should try to just spill some water on top and try to keep it kind of nice. We'll probably keep the oil that we have right here. Okay, this was breaking. It's gonna break eventually once these tiles melt and starts pressurizing here. We could also try to open this up early. Because if we can open this and this comes up, we just get oil, right? It's nice. just to get that done a little bit. So we're at the point where we should be safe. We should be able to shoot this down in time, right? Should be. We're gonna wait for it to be right outside our base so we could be a little bit greedy and harvest it. And then we are gonna be starting to set up the base on this side more proper. The big thing we're gonna try to do is warm up the map. Honestly, that should be, how do I say this? Automatic. What I mean when I say that is that warming up the map shouldn't be hard. But because it's fundamentally a cold base, there's going to be a couple things we're going to want to do to make sure we do it well. First thing is we're going to be re-insulating the layer. And it's like, you can tell some of the tiles are already cold, -40, even though it's insulated. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a way out here to go outside of the map. But we're going to have a ladder shaft here so that we can go to the teleporters. That way we don't have to worry about things freezing, things, you know, breaking in the pipes, because that's always going to be annoying. So having access to that is just going to be something we're going to want. So we're going to set that up. You guys also can see that we have a spawn over here now. Problem with this is that it's still really cold. So we will be making this today. And we will want to make sure that ethanol at 78 degrees. Okay, we should be fine. We'll keep this under 75. We're gonna need to make our ethanol boiler cooler setup thing. Yes. Basically, we're gonna be using a weird design to chill this. And for the most part, it shouldn't be too hard. It's just competing with the excess heat that it generates, and it's already in a cold spot, right? So shouldn't be too bad maintaining it. The only thing we would need is probably getting a little bit of steel. Yeah, that's really it. So the smart move would probably be just generating... How would I want to do it? Because it feels like the best thing to do is to loop a liquid, right? Maybe the petroleum. I guess we already have one. And just dump the heat out like this. All right, let's make a little bit of steel. There's no iron on this side. All right, we'll have to bring that from the first planet. We have iron on this side, right? 80 tons, nice. Where is this water coming from? Why is this water water? What the heck, man? Overgrow? Sure, we'll take this. When it gets down here, it's gonna freeze. Isn't that warm up top? The mammoth is doing work, I guess. We have a lot of food over here, so we're going to be really good. That first base is stabilizing our food for us. It's really nice. Okay, so once we get this done, I guess we could start the digs right here. Because we will need to do that. We are moving back the blast shots. That's on priority. No sweep. No pending deliveries. There we go. That was weird. That filled up. Oh, is it something like because the limit here is 1,000, I can only send back 5 at a time? Weird bug. I mean, that happens. All right, so let's just try to get this started over here on this side. We want to make a weird design because we need to do a setup where we use the aqua tuner to cool itself down before it cools down the actual spawn. Because of how that design works, a lot of times I might want to have it below. That wouldn't be bad. Yeah, we can start doing this. Start doing a trim over here. That way I don't have to have the aqua tuner pipes exposed anywhere. So we have one below to temper the inside, and then we probably want a separate box here, or maybe even here, so that we could temper the oxygen before we feed it into the second planet. Because we do want to do an oxygen temper like that. So this lines up, right? That makes sense. And then a lot of times I'm not going to be able to use this space because of this here, so I'll probably have to tear this down. I might try to keep it though. And then 4 tile gap right here. So 1 room, 2 room. I think that works. I think that works. And it's just making use of the space right here. Okay, so this design we don't have to work on yet. I might want to just get this one started first. Might also want to put it on the back end, so it's a little bit nicer to do. Okay, we got to get the liquids into there so that we can do the submerged setup, tear this down. This was nice heat generation though, not gonna lie. And I'm thinking to myself, I probably don't need the cooling system in here anytime soon. I just want to get it built so that we don't have to worry about it later. So that means we have to get started with a cooling design. We'll run that setup. Keep it simple. And then we'll run something like that. To make it simple, we'll probably use regular liquid pipes. So it's probably gonna be... Ooh. There we go. So since we placed the radiant pipes first, the normal pipes we put afterwards will not over... That's not bad. It won't replace the existing blueprint, so it makes it easier for us to kind of manage this. Okay, keep it like that. And then we have to connect it on this side. Just keep it simple. Now, ideally though, I should have this like this. It's kind of weird, but that makes sense. So we'll do it like that to make it look a little bit better. It's mainly because I'll probably want a bridge, right here. We could also move it to another spot as well. Like... Okay, and then another thing is that this isn't supposed to be bridged anywhere. Yeah. So it is going to be like this. And then we'll have the water come in from this way. That's fine. And then all we got to do is find a connection point to kind of put in and out for the aqua tuner, and we'll be good. All right, so we get that built. That's water in, and then that's going to be cooling pipe. That sounds weird, cooling pipe. For now, it's not going to have any heat inside, so there's going to be nothing to cool, though it will get hot. The funny thing is that the outside's so cold, we actually kind of want to pump out the air as it's hot. I just need to make sure it doesn't get too hot that our stuff breaks. Right, that's the problem. None of this is made out of gold, so if it gets above 75, it's going to be kind of bad. So we're just going to be trying to make sure that it doesn't get above that. That would be the play for this. Alright, so we're at 81. Waiting for deliveries. This seems to glitch out all the time. Feels bad, man. So we have to be careful with that. Since it glitches out, we need to be diligent and always be checking this. Otherwise, we're not going to get the blast shots home in time, which might suck. Alright, so we'll probably wait till it's right there before we start unloading. I want to be a little bit greedy with the resource. And then CO2 is still kind of high over here. We pump it though. We pump it. No power? Okay, we have power now. That was before earlier the fertilizer was popping in. Okay. We have deodorizers now, so it should help out. Still though, it is kind of tough. There's polluted oxygen everywhere. Let out the bottles, and of course the natty gas gens and the petroleum gens. I mean, it regenerates, right? Isn't that good enough? You just gotta wait. But yeah, hopefully we get good yields. Pray for the good yields. So we'll eventually have to replace this ice block because it's going to be getting melted because it's going to warm up soon. I say soon, it's not going to be for a while though, realistically. We should probably open up the sulfur geyser because of the setup. We could just have all this heated sulfur just exposed and warm up the map. Considering it's outsap, unlucky, feels bad. It happens though. The game will giveth and the game will taketh. It keeps bugging out. The best thing to do might be to just put a auto sweeper here. And then that way we could just manually haul what a move to relocate. Put it there and the auto sweeper handles it. Alright, we need a mechatronics guy. Nails, the rancher. Travado, digging. And we have unbreaded raw. Alright. Zandroff, the mechatronics guy. Feel like that sometimes. But yeah, it keeps bugging out. We keep making 5 deliveries and then it jams. It literally feels like every 5. Alright, I do want to try to get this built. So I need to think about how we want to do this. Why is this warm right there? That's so weird. Radiation shining through ever so slightly. They're gonna have to build out the metal parts. Okay, so I think we do a 3 wide setup. Different biome. I don't know, man. Everything here is kind of cold, which is why that stuck out. Not a lot of green spots, man. But you know what? I'll take it. It's nice and warm, right? I have an idea how this would work. So I probably want... Alright, so we're gonna blueprint a design. We probably want 5, and we want 3 wide. We get AQ on the inside, right? You run the classic setup, sensor overflow, and that comes in from the side. And then we want the design ethanol rain, so we do metal tiles. And then we need a temp shift plate. We need this temp shift plate to not be in range of the AQ itself. And then we need this to be a vacuum with ethanol inside. Now the problem with this is that you're never going to hold enough heat in just the metal tiles. So I think that means we do a double temp shift. And then we do a liquid box up top as a buffer. That way it's always going to work. And then that means we run it like this. And then like that. That's most likely going to be the play. I can't reach that, so this is going to be our blueprint design. This is 9 by 5. D Mayor, welcome in. Did it come from space? Yo, man. Sandstone coming from space? I don't know, man. I don't know. So the left 2. So it's... This comes down. I don't want to do it like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? And then we have liquid. Then we get metal tiles here. That's going to be the build. And then we got to get our temp shift plates. We have diamond, luckily. We're making an ethanol rain cooling system. It's going to be kind of weird, but it should work. So we'll do it like that. And then we should be able to reach this way. We need to trim this down still. And then we have Aqua Tuner here. Okay. We'll probably want a ladder there for now. And this should work. We're gonna need to be able to climb in and out. And then I think what we'll do is insulate here. And then we know it's like that. And then this goes down like so. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Hit him with the Emerald Legacy. Alright, there we go. This is going to be our design. We'll have the setup. No one's going to be on the lip. This falls straight down, which is not bad. We'll have the emergency shaft on the side, like in Half-Life, where Gordon Freeman climbs up and down around, you know, the bad guys. We got to set that up. Oh, we got that built nice. All right, so blast shots are good. Oh, the blast shots don't stack. Good thing we have the mass relocate tool. Dude, they was gonna make me click that one at a time. Oof. All right, so one of the cooling systems that you have in this game, there's something called ethanol rain. Ethanol rain is the design where you take ethanol and you pull it here. Keep the room in a vacuum. The idea is simple. When you have, you know what? This insulated tile needs to go, actually. Yeah, we need it like that because we need to put 2 tiles here. When you have ethanol, there is a little bit of heat deletion happens when the liquid state changes to gas. And that's because ethanol stats change from 246171 to 14. So it goes, SEC goes down. So when SEC goes down, it's easier to cool. So if you use its own liquid to cool itself, it's net positive. That's what we're going to be going after. We are going to be trying to go for a net positive temperature setup. And since it's already a cold planet, it doesn't need a lot to keep it cold. In the beginning, it's probably never going to run. But to get it started, we're just going to want that in place so that when it gets hot eventually, my machines are going to break because it's not gold 75 overheat. So it's just to prevent it from the future, from becoming a problem. Because technically we could just run this and it should work because the map's already cold. So we kind of, you know, don't mind the warm temperature. But yeah, that's going to be the logic. Now, of course, before we can get that done, we're going to need steel. That's iron, lime, and then we got to get some heaters in here. Let's get some kilns. On this planet, we're going to send in the iron. These are allow manual use. Okay, it's fine. So we'll be able to send the iron in, and then we'll be good. Blast shots are ready, though. Still 1 tile away. Okay, so we'll get some lime. Oh, we'll probably have to send that as well from this side. Eggshells into lime. That's all we have, eggshells. Well, we're sending the lime. Eggshells to lime. There is no other source of lime that we have, right? Oh, fossil. Ha. We don't have a rock crusher on this side. Power is over here, so we just put the rock crusher next to it. This is a lot of watts, but this is not running anymore, so we could just run it off of this. And then just cut it after the deodorizer. Batteries generating heat, I guess, so we just leave that be. Small little cooling system. Okay, algae. We're not taking dupes yet. We're still going to be taking non-dupes until we get the second base spawn started, and then we can move everyone over and have a skeleton crew on the first planet. We want a skeleton crew because the first planet we're going to keep cold. And while we could live on this, you know, I kind of want to keep it cold. I didn't want to warm it up. I want the floxes to kind of like roam free one of these days. We've got a couple hundred of these guys hanging out. And then we're going to be warming up the second planet. So we basically have like the natural and then the industrial. Eggshells to lime. Do we not have fossil discovered? I guess not. I guess I never dug it out, which is kind of fair, I guess. It's down here. We have more though. Tepodizer we could get rid of. This pump we don't need anymore. power line disconnects, but nothing's running, so it should be fine. I don't mind making more petroleum though, because it's just fuel for power for us right now. It might be a mess with the polluted oxygen and CO2, but I think it's fine. We could deal with that. And then the heat that it generates is just, you know, plus plus. So we probably want a little bit of fossil. There is iron down here as well. It's probably going to be here that we want to grab it from. And then I probably want to trim the top too. Let's be greedy. Let's trim this top part first. No fossil up here. A lot of the fossil is a little bit down below. Eventually we're going to start adding oil into, or adding water into this. One day we'll get steel. We're going to be sending iron from the second side, so let's make a good amount, 7. We got to make refined carbon. We will use coal. I mean, I guess we could. I feel like I should use wood though. All right, let's do 10 things because we have it. And let's start sending over some wood. Wood. Let's send over 20 tons. That's fair. And then we'll sweep it with the auto sweeper, so it's a little bit more controlled. That's also going to give the dupe something to do, so it's nice. I might also want to send some more brine over. We'll have to see. Right. Let's bump this up so that they actually do it. Okay, we don't need to have these tiles here anymore. The items won't fall through, we'll be good. And then we are gonna do a weird shaped area right here. Those are all gonna be regular tiles. We're also gonna have to deconstruct these tiles. And we're gonna put insulated tiles right here. And we're gonna insulate this part. I should probably just insulate it here, past the door. We'll have to see though. And then we're gonna insulate this layer. So we'll have a little tunnel for ourselves. The big thing is we're gonna have to move a lot of the cold stuff that's on the ground out of the hallway. Otherwise, it's just gonna keep it cold, and we don't want that. And then we could open it up to the base, and we don't have to go outside. It's gonna be really cold though when we expose it for the first time. All right, so we could get started with the liquids. We're not going to vacuum this yet because we have to add another liquid here later. So I'm hoping that's not going to be a big deal. I'm thinking we should be able to do all that, no problem. Let's get a minor sweep as well. We don't want anything inside. We never built the pump here. Okay, so our liquid layers. Do we actually have access to oil here? I guess we do. Do oil, petroleum as our 2 liquids? I really should use ethanol. 80 degrees for it to become gas, right? So we would have to pipe in hot water. I'm scared. That's scary still. 80 degrees versus 100 from regular water. And the thing is that the water might freeze because it's a little bit cold inside. I guess we could do petroleum and oil. Yeah, we probably just do petroleum oil. Okay, so let's do the digging here first. We also want to keep pumping. So we want the construction here done. Pitcher pump the oil. It's basically what we're going to do. We're just going to have to relocate where that is. Oh, ha. Trim this layer. and then just put it right here. That makes so much sense. All right. Looking all right. 10,000 wood. We have a lot of wood over here, so we're generating a lot of resource. This is gonna be the first time I've ever done this, where we have this second colony we move into right away. I have almost never moved to the second colony, man. I'm not even kidding. Never. I've always stayed on the first colony, man. Conveyor rail blocked? Oh, when this building is floating, it's considered disabled and you can't deliver. Oh, that's rude. Moving sucks. Moving does suck, man. Not gonna lie. Moving sucks. It really, really sucks. Alright. We just gotta have the dupes work. 8 dupes, 9 beds. We're gonna be the land of the grubs over here. This is getting nice and warm, dude. It's nice. That's what I want to see. A little bit of warmth. Delivering the blast shots. Alright, we gotta build the insulator part right there. Okay. I guess if we could dig this out now, we should. They're just slipping on the oils. Baby grubs are the cutest, dude, man. The Sweeto grub line is so good. I like the design of those guys. The Sweetos with the go-go gadget legs are the best, man. I'm not even kidding. They really are the best. Yeah, me too, man. Divergent are the best. Alright, casual digs, priority digs. A lot of CO2 is gonna get removed. It's gonna be a lot of gas in order for, or a lot of oil in order for this to flood up. This is effectively 4 times 3, 12 tiles of oil. That's only this much. So I should be able to just remove these walls here. And then just pump up the CO2 that's just lingering inside. Gotta keep pumping, man. Pump up the polluted oxygen. I actually want to remove that if I can. Because we dump it outside anyways. Just a little bit of tasty oxygen. Mad tasty. Alright, let's let the dupes work. Let them work, let them work, let them dig. Down to 56. I mean, they're moving the blast shots. Unbreaded Abby's handling business. 0.6 of a blast shot? That's suspect, man. How do you have 0.6? Okay, I might need exactly one more because I've never seen that before. 0.6. Alright, we're at 40. There is 5 inside. And then we have 55. Oh no, bro. Wait. She's holding 1, so... That's 0.4 and that's 0.6. No, I just mass moved. Oh, you know what it is? That dupe's carrying capacity is 60 kilograms. She can't carry the entire blast shot because she's little kid, you know? It's like when you have a toddler, you know, 10 years old, and you're like, help out, help me out, get the groceries. And they're like, okay, I'm gonna carry this Gatorade and I'm gonna carry it to my room, and then I'm not gonna help anymore. And it's like, oh, okay, man, you do you, man. And it's like he carries like one bottle, takes it out of the bag, doesn't even carry the bag. How does that work? I think in this game, that might be normal interaction. It could be just that we never have a single entity that weighed more than 1 kilogram. Because if you think about it, a lot of the entities that you have to haul, they don't have a minimum mass, right? And the blast shots were kind of, you know, this and the batteries, right? This and the batteries. The average for dupe hauling is 200. It depends. That's, I believe, if you get carrying capacity. If not, I think they have... Because the thing is, yeah, the starter dupe default. Strength. I'm not sure. So I want to say bionic dupes and standard dupes have different values, probably. Because I remember when I was doing a lot of bionics, I was realizing that we weren't hauling fast enough because the bionics didn't have carry capacity. So if they are different, then yeah, there's a good chance that it's 200. Because I thought it was 200 too. But then when the bionics came out, I started seeing everyone hauling 60 kgs at a time until I started getting everyone carrying capacity. So I want to say it's 200, but I've seen minimum values of 60 before. And I don't know if that's actually the, you know, correct value or if something weird was happening. But yeah, I'm not actually sure. At least we have full blast shots here now. Looks like the sweeper can't pick up less than 1 value of blast shots either. It's kind of weird. But we'll haul it. We're at 52, so we're doing pretty good. They are hauling a little bit slow, though. So I'm going to do a weird strat. Yeah, they can't pick up partial stacks of gear bomb either. Ah. Something weird with the blast shots, maybe? Alright, so we do this, and then I want more people hauling. So we'll do 15. So the entire dupe colony could do it. Bump this up to a 7. That way we could have more than one person haul, so that it doesn't take forever. How's the dig? We're still working on that, huh? Let's get these two. Look at this guy. Oh, what a slip. Oh, double slip. And then I want this. And then we'll be able to reach the fossil that way. Take the glass. We'll take it. Glass is kind of cool. Okay, now we have fossil into lime. We gotta make 24 steel, but for now we'll just do 12. Steel's gonna be a lot of heat to dump in. It's gonna be kind of nice. And then once this melts, we're gonna get so much oil that we're not gonna have to worry about digging this down. We probably should, though. All right, now that we have oil here, we'll start adding oil into the locks right here. So there is going to be something weird with this. Because it's oil, you don't really want to use too much. First things first, oil is a less than 1,000 liquid mass per tile, right? You see it's 878. It's actually 870 on the topmost layer. So the thing with that is you flood buildings faster because it's a percentage of the total mass of a single tile for the rule set. So what ends up happening is if you actually put 250 here, you potentially flood it. And normally, you know, you don't want that much anyways. So we're just going to put a drop of oil each tile. Then on top of that, we'll probably just get some petroleum. Get it from one of the bins. Maybe this one. Makes a lot of sense. And for the most part, we're just going to have to sprinkle it on top. We have to be a little bit diligent with this. We have to watch over the dupes. Because if we don't, I feel like they're going to flood it. And then it's going to be a bad time. So, just got to wait for the dupes to do the thing. They're on downtime right now, so I can't be mad. Your toddler cut the explosive in half, dad of the year. Are you familiar with the Marvel character called what's his name? Damn it, what's his name? That's a little too much. 35 is a lot, but you know what? It's doable. It's doable. What's the kid's name, dude? God damn it. Anyone watch Marvel comics? Or read Marvel comics? What is the name of Reed Richards' son? I forget his name. God damn it. So for whatever reason, in the Marvel universe, they made the child of Reed Richards. No, man, it's not Richard. Come on, Envy Hank. His name is not Richard Richards. Because his dad, Mr. Fantastic, is Reed Richards. What's his name? So, you guys know Fantastic Four. Reed Richards has, Reed Richards is the Mr. Fantastic, the guy that's, you know, super stretchy, made out of rubber. And then you have his wife, Sue Storm, who's Invisible Woman, right? She has psychic powers too, beyond that of just turning invisible. So, anyways, Franklin, there we go. That's his name, Franklin Richards. It's Franklin. That's it. They have made him, because of who his parents are, the strongest being. Because Reed Richards is like kinetically top 3 smartest people in the world. Like, there's no one smarter than him in terms of like intellect, raw intellect. Like, he might get, you know, juked here and there, but dude, he's Reed Richards. He's super smart, right? He could make a time machine, you name it. So, and then he has psychic powers from his mom. So he ends up becoming the strongest single entity in all of Marvel, man. He would be able to cut an explosive in half and have it not explode, man. And I'm not gonna lie, man, so many times they use him as a what do you call that? The, oh yeah, shit's going bad, let's send this guy in, he'll clean it up. They use him as like a trump card almost, where he's always the, he's not going to be the guy that's always there, but sometimes they'll use him and he'll solve the problem, but there's like dire consequences, like, oh, since this happened, the entire universe is gonna get wiped out. And it's funny, man, because it's like he'll solve the problem, but then now it's like, okay, we got to reset the timeline. It's ridiculous, man. I don't know why. D. Mayer's comment about the toddler couldn't explosive have reminded me of when Franklin Richards created the multiverse because he was bored one night and he didn't want to go to sleep. So he made the multiverse by creating new worlds with the same heroes that he knows and loves. And then his dad found out. They end up going to the other planets, I mean other universes. They connected and started doing some weird stuff there. But yo man, I don't know why that reminded me of that. Guys, something just came to my mind. I'll be right back. Man, earlier when I was making tea, I thought to myself right now, did I leave the stove on? Holy shit. And I was like, I gotta go check. I just have to check right now, guys. Just have to make sure. Just have to make sure. Alright, gotta let dupes work. We gotta watch the oils. So you don't need a lot. 6 kgs is good. 35 is good. I might want to mop this up and redistribute it, to be honest. Because we have way more than enough oil here. Let's get this decons so that we could grab the petroleum. This got built. Nice. Let's get the 2 tiles here. We are going to want bottle drainer. Get it started. This is already kind of built too, so we'll get the tiles here. We will eventually want to remove these 2 tiles because we have to. But yeah, we could wait on that. We could wait on that. Priority 9. Removing the blast shot. That's pretty important, right? .4. They got us again, boys. They got us again. The less than 1 value that the sweeper can't pick up. Alright, we got the bottle of petroleum. Good stuff. Let's rebuild the res just in case. Never know with that stuff. And because of how this works, we probably just do it on all 3. We're just gonna have to watch this. They're sweeping the blast shots, so the sandstone's not gonna get swept out, but that's okay. We could wait on that. They're gonna go in, pick up the oil, and then deliver it, right? Nice. There we go. Nice. All right, so we're good. We don't need a lot. 6 kgs, 35, 4 to 7, right? It doesn't really matter. And then we do petroleum. I believe we don't need that much petroleum as well. But I will try to be diligent and do a little bit more than I think I need. So we will do the full 100 per tile here if I can. And petroleum is about 60% of the weight of oil. So there's no fear there of any reasoning. Because petroleum's actually not that heavy compared to oil. Oil is by far the heaviest liquid. So it should never really like do any weird displacement stuff. Right? That's going to be something we're going to be banking on. We will want to dig this. We do a casual dig for that. Get that started. Alright, so the oil, we got the digs right there. This is going to break eventually. Trace amounts of oil. Still waiting for the petroleum delivery. I should really just wait for this to melt, because this is gonna melt literally in 0.4, 0.3. Priority 9, petroleum. All right, someone's doing it. So of course, people of chat, if you guys have any questions about the Onis, let me know. I got you guys. We were gonna do full bottle because I'm a little bit worried. I like the top to always have a full bottle if I can. Okay, and then we also want to relocate the oil outside, just so that it's clean on the inside. Any other strength debuff besides noodle arms? I'm not sure I want to use Sporkets yet. Strength debuffs, when you get hurt, there is a strength penalty, I believe. So you have to have light wounds. If you get hit by something, I believe that's a athletics and strength. I might be wrong. I mean, Sporkets. I think it's only athletics. I don't think it affects strength. Okay. What's going on, Vladimir? Welcome in. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. I could try the injured or dupe again. No, not the dupes. Just to confirm for science. This guy rubbing his hands together like he's trying to start a fire. I see you over there, man. Nah, realistically, I think it's just noodle arms from a trait. Some of the diseases might. Nothing comes to mind though. And then, hey, Miguel, coming in with a prime. Thank you so much for the 7 months, Miguel. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emotes joined as ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Hey, it's been a while. How are you? And what is Demolier? What's going on, average dad? Hope you're having a good one. I'm doing all right. I'm just trying to stay cool. I'm actually feeling a little bit of the heat right now. It's starting to warm up today. Hopefully, though, I don't have to turn on the air. I just can't wait for winter to be here full force, man. I love winter time. So I can't wait. Demolier. This is a story trait from the latest DLC that released about 4 months ago. What this does is the temporal tear is revealed, and there's a big meteor coming our way. They give you vision of the meteor, and it's right there. This meteor is going to hit our first planet over here. And if I click this is going to be hard to see. There's a very skinny outline right here. Given the color scheme, it's hard to really see this outline. This is going to be the impact zone, where if the meteor hits our planet, because of how big it is, it's not going to be a small little comet. It's actually going to impact the planet. So this area that's highlighted, which is this big diamond right here, is going to get covered in molten magma, liquid metal, like you name it. So it's going to be bad. So what we want to do is we want to shoot the meteor down. We have something called an intracosmic blast shot. You have to shoot it 100 times. So we are on a mission to generate ammo and then shoot it down. Now, we actually have most of the ammo. We're just transporting and doing a little bit of logistics right now. So that's going to be what we're doing. Just doing some logistics. Just doing some Oni shenanigans. And that's Demolier. So if you don't have the Prehistoric Dino DLC, you wouldn't actually know about the Demolier content. That got added in with the DLC. So that's what that is. But yeah, just playing some Onis. Gonna be doing weird stuff. Because we're on the Mini Ceres Planet, there is really cold environments. So we have to warm it up so our dupes don't shiver when they're sleeping. Also, the thing that sucks is if you do plumbed pipes, your water might freeze in the pipes. So I don't want to use plumbing yet. It's always going to suck, right? Water freezes. Shitter's clogged. Oh no. And then everyone pees outside. It's going to be bad. Missed out on a lot, yo man. It's been a lot of DLCs. It's been a lot of DLCs. But yeah, any questions, let me know. I'd be happy to help. At least if the pee outside, it freezes. But yeah, man, can you think about how much of that hurts? Where if you pee, the water freezes when it leaves your system. It's like those videos of like you see the Siberia and the people getting a cup of boiling water and they just throw it and it becomes snow. Yeah, man, it's like that. It's exactly like that. That's exactly the video I'm talking about. And it's like, can you imagine going outside, whip it out, and you know, you're gonna pee and it's gonna freeze and it's gonna be like, damn. This is gonna be tough times, man. So that's all I'm saying, man. It doesn't sound like it'd be fun. And it's, you know, good reason why there's no video like that. People be getting hurt, dude. Don't knock it till you try it. Hey, man, I'm not gonna be going to a negative 60-degree area anytime soon. So you know what, man? I won't be able to know then. One of these days, maybe we'll travel and we'll do it. Nah, it's probably not happening. All right, so we're doing pretty good. Demolier, we'll turn this off. I need to do a quick shipment for ourselves. I don't think there's anything we need to grab on that side, so let's do this. Let's grab veggie poppers here so we can send it to the second planet. We're making food on this planet and sending it over. Then we're just gonna do wood. And we're just gonna deliver because we need the wood on this planet so we could make carbon. So 9 to 9, we need the carbon so that we could make steel. That's gonna be the logic. Oh. All right, 60 kgs, I could live with that. 60 kgs, I could live with that. Someone brought me only 120. That's so funny. They couldn't give me the full bottle. So 60 kgs and 120 kgs, which is 0.6 of a blast shot. That's 120 kgs. So I have a dupe that's at 120 carrying capacity. Malden, I see you over there. It's been minus 25. Been in minus 25. Sounds worse than it is. Probably need other clothes than your normal SoCal clothes, though. 100%. One of the things I've heard from watching sports podcasts is the players will be like, oh man, you got drafted to Miami. And they're like, hell yeah, I gotta live in Miami. And then later on, it's like, oh, you got traded to Milwaukee. And you're like, what's over there? And then when you go to Milwaukee, it's like none of your Miami clothes is gonna fit. Like you go outside with shorts and a t-shirt, people are walking outside with overcoats and jackets, and you're like, what the hell is this? And then you're like, dude, it's cold. It really do be like that though, man. You go from one area to another, like region-wise, you're just not gonna be prepared, man. Not gonna have the right clothing, you name it. But yeah, that is a thing, man. It's that first day. It's always that first day. All right, can't get stuck anymore. That's good. Still moving out blast shots. We were at 28. It's going down. We're getting another 120 kg delivery, I think. Yep. I think that's fine. 60 kgs. All right, so Abby, how come she's really bad at the carrying capacity? She has noodle arms. Okay, yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. She got the noodle arms. We'll get her the carrying capacity she needs. Now she can carry a full load of groceries, yo. No researchers assigned? Oh, we don't have the tech. We're pre-teching right now. Tech that we want to have so that all we want to do later with the Radbolt tech, it's easy. Alright, spawn first, spawn first. Gotta get that done. We still have petroleum here. 200 kgs, really? Exactly one bottle remains. Let's go. Still trying to dig this. We're waiting for this oil to melt still. It doesn't look like it's gonna melt anytime soon. Feels bad. So we could probably do a really weird idea. Do this tile build and then build a wall that connects the top to the bottom, because this is positive and this is negative. And if we have a connecting solid wall here, that makes it so that we don't have to worry about warming this up, because we should be able to transfer heat through the solid tiles. Take the little baby Pip, he's a cutie pie. And then we'll continue the digs to get fossil. We'll probably lose a little bit of fossil, but I can't be too mad about that. All right. We're at cycle 181. Little bit more to go. We're getting there, boys. All right, petroleum's in. All right, so we could remove the bottle emptiers now. Not bad. This is done. So we want to remove this tile, this tile. We'll get our ethanol in here soon. I might need to send more ethanol back over here. We have about 2 tons though. It's pretty good. But I'm looking at this. I might need more just so that we have more fluid in here. I guess we could also do a weird setup where we don't use ethanol here and we use like petroleum. Because realistically, this doesn't have to be ethanol. Now that I'm thinking about it, that should help us save on the resource. We could use something like polluted water, which would be kind of insane, but at the same time, not really. Because we don't need this to be that cold. We'll probably have, you know, polluted water here. It makes a lot of sense. And then we'll just try to keep it pea water cool. If you could pee it out, man, it should be pretty good, right? All right, so they're getting that done. We got to get this done. Construction, let's bump this up. Doing that is not that big of a deal, to be honest. I want to get this done first, and then we need to fill this up, and then we get to build. We still need more steel, which relies on us getting more oil. So this is a problem. Okay, let's move the pump inside then. Honestly, it's probably the smart thing to do. 3, we'll do that. No, I won't be able to reach, right? So I should just move the pump down. All right, let's get the construction here. I do need to melt this still, so even if we're pumping it out, I still want to make sure we could melt this, because we're going to need it. I should be able to build this tile, so we'll do 2 like that. Alright, just because of CO2 right here, we're just going to start removing it. Alright, so we should be good on the food right there. We'll stop sending that. Veggie poppers. No manual use, we'll just have the sweeper do that. They can slip in oil. They can slip on ice. So any tile that is an ice tile, brine ice, polluted ice, regular ice, they could slip on. I believe they could slip on the snow tile as well, if you build this. I'm not 100% sure. And then anything that's oil-based. Now, there's actually a category. If you click on oil, scroll down. There's a category called slippery. If you have slippery property, you could slip on it. So basically, that was introduced, I think, with Bionics. But yeah, that's the mechanic. It do be kind of jank, but it really do be like that sometimes. Wow. Yep. Sometimes you gotta hit him with the Owen Wilson. Wow. My man slipping. Every time you slip, you immediately generate 3% stress. It is immediate. So don't get stressed, fam. All the blast shots are done. Let's go. Is he closer? He is. Okay, so we can shoot this guy down now. All right, first things first. Change here. Take him out. Pop, pop. Let's go. All right, so we are gonna need to do blast shot here. We're gonna move that all over to here. Let's go, let's go. And then we have this bin that we're just going to deconstruct. Because we need to put a sweeper in here. They're manually delivering. Let's go. My dupes are working. No one has astronomy? Is that why? How come no one's doing this? Oh, there's no oxygen. Oh yeah, I haven't sent oxygen back yet, so they can't do that. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to stockpile them, man. They doing what they can, though. Gotta start getting the ceiling in. Oh, my man's is slipping. Okay. I love the noise they make when they slip. I see you over there, man. Pea water. We need them to get hit by the pea waters. Probably just use these bottles right here, to be honest. The firework shooting noise. Oh, we're out. Feels bad. We gotta wait, boys. Alright, so on this side, I do want to look at steel. Only at 200 still. What are we waiting on for? Oh, it's more fluid medium. Yeah. That's very likely what it is. Oh, and we're doing the overflow here still. Yeah, we shouldn't need to overflow anymore. Petroleum just leaving out and going to the blast shot maker still, even though it shouldn't. Alright, and now this is in. Nice. Nice. Start getting some pea water here, get this set up. I guess we could do our ethanol in here as well. Look at that, they're not cold. Let's go. -9 is not cold for them. Dupes ain't cold, fam. Except for that one guy that has the bed by himself. That means that body heat works. The body heat. Alright, we don't need that design anymore. We have shine bugs outside. That's kind of weird. We're gonna get some off gas, but that happens. I might need to have an airflow tile here, or even here, which is something we could do later, I guess. All right, 1 bottle. Let me get 2 bottles here. We're gonna want to fill this up too. Second bottle and done. I'm not measuring this. I think 2 bottles is gonna be good though. Wait. We didn't get any of the food? Oh, what? Wait, they took the food back. Hey, that's rude. They took the food back. That's so funny. Alright, so this is sweep only. And then we're just gonna sweep it. There we go. They put the food in the fridge and then they took it back. That's so funny. No storing the foods. Let the sweeper do the thing. No storing the foods. Let the sweeper do its thing. You know what? We'll let them store the food. God damn it. We'll let them store the food. We got some calories. We're fine. Alright, we're getting oil. We're going to be able to smelt some steel. We have the nice heat in here. Nice, nice. We're going to want to do these tiles and potentially get the connection here. Let's put a copper door setup. Use that for the heat transfer, up and down. We will probably want to fill this up. Just makes it a little bit easier. The only problem is that it's going to be off-gassing. Should be good though, should be good. Alright, so that's there. I probably just do the triple doors right there. And then we'll do a tile and then another door. It might seem weird, but it should work out. Because we just have to inject a little bit of heat in here. The bottom side is colder than it actually is. The top side is warmer than it actually is. So this in the middle is getting cooled and heated at the same time. We're just going to move that out. The next thing we're going to have to do here is do a liquid lock so that we could have a nice cool area. Well, not liquid lock, but more so that we just need to be able to have this be in a vacuum. Ideally. You do need that to be in a vacuum, actually. So we will want to do this into a canister filler. We'll need a little bit of power here. And then we need to not make sure that's running yet. I don't know what it is, but every time I watch someone set up a brand new spawn, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. It's because you know that now oxygen is included. And we did the thing where we set the name of the game. It's like when you're playing Expedition 33 and then you fight the boss that's name is Claire Obscura and you're like, oh shit, this is the name of the title. And it makes it feel like, dude, you did it. That might not be it, but it's what I think it is. But yeah, man, bombs are good things. Bombs are good things. Plumbing toilets, classic stuff. Moving the pee waters, classic stuff as well. This is true. 200 steel. We're finally gonna get some more. Ooh. Look at that. Look at the temperature heat exchange right here. Immediately warming up. Immediately warming up. Immediately cooling down. So we're basically taking the heat we're dumping in and trying to siphon it down to here. This is almost ready to melt. We need 0.2 degrees, maybe even 0.1 if the game is feeling nice. Nice. And then the last door. All right, we move that. So we got to do a weird setup here. Just because I want to be careful. We'll do a proper drop block right here. Yeah. Damn. Guys, I think we're gonna shoot down the meteor. That was a lot of blast shots, man. But pow, pow, pow. It was working, man. They really was. We covered the meteor in missiles, and it's still not broken up. This meteor is made out of freaking the same thing as Captain America's shield. Yeah, it really is bee. Swarm of bees? Yeah, maybe swarm of bees. It's better than a swarm of wasps. That's a bad time. What happens if you shoot it out in space? These question mark objects, they're called points of interest sometimes if it's not a planet. And you could normally send a rocket with a drow cone and you could harvest from it. Same thing happens. It just becomes a point of interest that you could harvest resource from later on. All right, no one got stuck inside. Let's go. Weird setup we got to do for the cooling system. Dude, why are you getting stuck? Just let him chill here. Let him soak up some of the warmth. And drag it from the top. This is warm, dude. And it's trying. At 37.1, this should melt. We are like right there. And then this is going to take a while. That's going to take a while. And that's probably because of the CO2 right there. I would rather have that CO2 release because it's stopping any heat transfer from happening. Maybe that's helping us then. 36, 38, 37. That temperature spread, man. Alright, so we're at 400 steel. We're pumping the oil, so it's not a bad thing. We just need to process the petroleum. Good stuff, good stuff. We could have, because we have a lot of petroleum here. The problem isn't really that we don't have petroleum. We just don't have anything to soak up the heat right now. That's really all it is. We could easily expand down the heat loop to warm up the oil directly, so that we can try to warm up the area and get to the other veins right here. Because realistically, we have a lot of petroleum. Right? These two are filled, waiting to be cooled and looped back out. Maybe we should go down with the heat. I mean, we could. We technically have a good infrastructure for something like that already. We could try to set it up. Why not? Maybe these two instead. We're not gonna mess with it. No, we will. We're gonna dig this out, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna expand the pipes to go downward. That should be the play we should go after. That makes the most sense, I think. Drop of crude oil. We should have it somewhere. I don't want them pulling from the bottom yet. Dude, this is not wanting to warm up, man. Alright, we'll probably want to go through the here and then dig those two. Dig these two. Getting some ice melting, refreezing at the bottom. Still adding pea water. We need to make sure we don't mess up with the drop lock here. And then we need to start vacuuming, but we don't really need to do that yet until we have the interior built. Like, we get started with the pump, but the big thing is making sure we have the aqua tuner built first. Water going down here is not that big of a deal. Almost got second layer. Alright, we just need a drop of oil for the drop lock. Now that's technically a liquid lock. Catch everyone later. Have a good one, Evie Hank. Enjoy your Fridays. And have an awesome weekend. We'll see you next time, dude. There we go. Then the next thing we need to have is a liquid inside that we could use as a cooling medium. Realistically, it's probably going to be pea water. It just makes the most sense. So let's put a bottle drainer here. We'll remove that later. And we'll add this. We still have a little bit of time before we get it. Oh, it melted, boys. Let's go. I don't know if it actually did anything, though. But it melted. It melted. All right, speed this up. 3x speed. Actually, let's go to the planet again. No one is doing any more deliveries into here. This is connected. Hit him with the blast shots. We have 48 still. We have a lot we still have to move. I wanted to put a sweeper here so that it could sweep all the blast shots by itself. Alright, we'll give it a couple more cycles. It looks like we've gone through half of the blast shots and we have about 15 cycles still. That's fine, that's fine. I really need to get enough pea water in here, though. Oh, we're digging. We're digging, boys. I feel like once we get the loop down, it's going to be so much nicer. Just needs to take some time. Run in the battery. It's going to be filled soon. This is filled with polluted oxygen. Breathability is off the charts. Technically, that should be a good thing. Nice. All right, so very simply, we'll probably just want to do a U-shaped setup like that. We don't need radiant pipes. We'll just build regular pipes to keep it fast. This is good. It's managed. A lot of meat. No one's eating. Feels bad. Even though they have somewhat of a long downtime. They probably need more downtime. So what are we considering a win? So we're going to be doing shooting down the Demolier. And then we're going to be doing full steam ahead. So the big thing is going to be doing shooting down the meteor. And then we want to do the Mini Ceres objective of finding the third cluster. And then doing the heat pump. That's going to be what we're going to do. Because in order to get to the heat pump, we kind of have to have a stable colony. Able to go to the space, right? And then be able to go there and set up the heat pump setup. So that's going to be our objectives. Just going to be doing that stuffs. Just heat pump stuffs. Welcome in, those Secret Squirrel. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, this is filling up, man. That's not good. We need to go through more of the petroleum if I can. Which means I should stop pumping, man, and just wait for this to warm up. We'll do that. We'll stop pumping this and just try to cool down the petroleum. Would be great if they could make a Warhammer 40k orc version where you link rocks together and the endgame is smashing into a planet. How you throwing this rock? How do you craft in this game? So you got to build something called a crafting station. I don't have one because we don't do the crafting. We buy everything from the trade marketplace. You know how it is, man. I'm not a crafter. I don't know how to craft. I'm just gonna buy the stuff off the auction house. Classic stuff, right? Classic stuff. Okay, we got tile here. While Orc takes asteroids, turns them into bases, and just strap tons of rockets to them and full speed into stuff. Wow, they sound like, you know, Alien versus Predator. That's what that sounds like, man. They'll go into a planet that's uninhabited and put in the power stone, and then that summons the aliens, and then they have to hunt them down. And then after they do that, they, you know, detonate the planet, consider it a dub, and then they move on with their adulthood. Yeah, that's what the Predators do too, from Alien versus Predator. They're literally like a tribal warband, and that's a rite of passage for them. They summon the most deadliest species they know, which is the aliens. And then their objective is to de-infest the planet that they purposely infest so that they could go through their rite of passage. Talk about very savage, man. They are the savages of savages. That being said, they're, I think, kinetically very technological, meaning that, like, they're really good with technology, even though they use a lot of bow and arrow stuff. But yeah, I'm not familiar with the Warhammer universe, unfortunately. Oh, dude, polluted oxygen in my hydrogen? That's bad. Orcs gotten beat, though. They have the power of collective beliefs. That sounds like I'm watching Fairy Tale. And there you go. But with the power of friendship, we win. I hate to say it, but it really do sound like that right now. Nothing beats the power of friendship. Don't forget the speed buff. Speed buff? Speed buff. Red things go fast. Oh. Like the Flash. Ah, I understood that reference. Just like the Flash. Oh, that's almost done. Purple orc sneaky because you see purple orc? I do. The purple orc comes from Outlands. If you ever play World of Warcraft, you know what Outlands are? They got the purple orcs, they got the red orcs, they got the blue orcs. And they say that it's because of their diet, local diet. I'm like, okay, man. Alright, so this is too cold for us to have a liquid on top to stop them from off-gassing. It's a little unfortunate. So we'll get as close as we can to 1,000 per layer. I don't think we will, though. I think you get a kick out of the Warhammer 40k lore. Maybe. I've tried getting into Warhammer. Like, some of the homies back in college, they brought me to, like, one of those game shops. And they did the thing where we did the meter stick. You know, you have a commander. You do all that good stuff. Oh, dude, 100 degrees dumped in. Oh, that's so nice. Hopefully we'll be able to warm this up really well. If we can, I probably want to do those ladders. There are other ways to enjoy it now. Video games, videos, etc. I see you. I see you. I see you. Oh, we got our first AQ. I'm in, boys. Right now we want the automation wire made out of copper. We're going to run liquid pipeline sensor thermal. So this is going to be how we control the AQ. We will grab lead wires just because we have lead. Seems to really hollow this out since last night. I don't know when I came in last night. Last night, I wasn't even playing this game. So Secret Squirrel, I think you drunk, fam. You got up to some nuts that were fermented. Have you seen that video? There's a squirrel that ate fermented nuts and it was drunk. And it was like half passed out at the stump of a tree, laying on its back. And then a dude walks up to it. And the squirrel panics, but it's drunk. So it's like walking in a crooked line. Dude, it was great. It might have been fruit. It might have been fruit. I forget what it was. But the squirrel basically ate something that was like fermented and alcoholic, and as a result became drunk. And it was like so woozy, dude. You could see it and how he was moving. That feels bad. Gonna be going to bed. Have a great day. You too, average dad. Wrestle easy. Hope you have an awesome weekend. And yo, man, we will see you next time. Be good, stay safe out there, man. All right, steel is done. We need another 12 for the second aqua tuner that we're gonna want. We might not have enough steel, so we're gonna make some more iron. I mean, might not have enough iron, so we're gonna make some more iron. We should have fuel coming in. Now that we've gotten this dug out, we should be able to extend this and get it into here. I might want to go all the way down, to be honest, and get to the bottom. The only thing I care about lore-wise in 40k is the Tyranids. They're gonna win. They're winning. Necrons are their hard counter. True warp stuff too. You guys are talking about Warhammer like it's Pokemon cards. Charizard is the best. He's like, yeah, but he loses hard to rock types. And you're like, you know what? You're right. You do lose to rock type, double weakness. And he's like, don't forget, he's a dragon type now too. Oh yeah, you're right, man. You can't fight no dragon knights either. Sound like some Pokemon card stuff right there. I see you guys over there. 4x weakness, it does. Critical fail, man. Critical weakness, whatever you want to call it. All right, so this is good. We start pumping. Anyways, I started pumping. But this is on universal scale. Yeah, Pokemon Universe is like that too. If you're flying type and you're fire, it's 4x. I'm saying it like I know what I'm talking about. I don't, man. You just gotta worry about Stealth Rock and the occasional Landorus. Wow, this guy knows Pokemon meta. Dude, nobody runs Stealth Rock anymore. People only run Stealth Rock when Charizard was meta, but it's like no one even runs Charizard DX anymore. Dude, not only am I wearing the Ash hat, it is backwards, baby. About to throw a Pokeball. I got the backwards hat, you know what it is. Stealth Rock is uber spammed. I feel like I see more sweepers than Stealth Rock players. Like, no one does a lot of setup like that for, like, the field advantage. Oh, we got the vacuum. ASAP. Let's go. All right, so this is done. Get these out. Get that out. All the gases inside. All right, so the big thing is they could stand here to breathe, and then it breathes out CO2 internally, and that's bad. Going to harvest. Okay, he's not trying to breathe, catch his breath, anything bad like that. Okay, you two. Looking good. Just give Mr. Mime a gun. ZA is out today. Oh, is that the new Pokemon? Is that the new Pokemon? They finally came out with a new one. Pow World. Shout out to Pow World. Alright, we gotta fill the pipes. Part of me is worried. A lot of this area is -15, but I'm scared that I might accidentally freeze the pipes. I'm hoping it's fine though. I've heard good and bad things about it. Oof. Yo man, Pokemon had a run, dude. They had a run. They had a nice run, man. They really did. That's part of the reason why it dies too, though. Because they're trying to milk it. I do not know about Hank the cow dog. Power World when? Yo, man, one of these days, we might play Power World. Power World feels like I'm playing RimWorld with Pokemon characters. When I was looking at the Power World playthrough videos, that's all it looked like. 3D RimWorld with Pokemon. Alright, how are we on this side? Oh, the dupes are delivering. Let's see. Still at 42. I see. I mean, RimWorld for kids. You can't have kids doing that, man. You can't be having kids doing that IRL, man. You know how it would be. No, man. You know what I mean. God damn it. That's DLC, though. That's DLC, my dude. I see you over there. Alright, that's good. So now we're just gonna seal this up. So we got the vacuum done. We gotta get that sealed up now. Looking nice. Very germy coolant. Hey, man. Have you ever gone to a farmer's market and then you're trying to buy produce, and then in one of the shop stalls it says, "These plants are not dead, they just look this way"? Hey, man, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. I'm not gonna lie, man. I remember one time I went to a farmer's market, I saw a sign that said that, and I thought it was hilarious. These plants aren't dead. This is just how they look. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, man. Are my dupes downtime or something? Like, we need to get this done because we off-gassing every second. What were they? It was some herb that I was just not familiar with. Because normally, like, if you buy herbs, you know, it's pre-ground. Not buying fresh herbs, man. I'm not motherfucking Jamie Oliver hitting everything with a little bit of chilla jam. Either way, though, I forgot what it was. It was some type of herb that was like pre-processed. So you get it fresh, dry it out, and then you can chop it up, add it to your stuff. I forget exactly what it was. I didn't buy it. I ended up buying homemade farmer's market salsa. That was what I ended up buying. I'm not gonna lie. I remember that day. We bought salsa, dude. The salsa was really good. The guy making the salsa had a basic pico de gallo. And then he was like, "How spicy do you want it?" I was like, "I want it medium." He pulls out a second tub that's red. No. Leave out this way, please. Alright, so he's able to breathe. So if he breathed out here, he would have released CO2 inside, and that would have been the death of it. But your breath... Nice. Let's go. And then he just pours out a little bit of the sauce. Right? Just gets a little bit of the red sauce, mixes it in. And then from that tub, he was going to sell it to us. He's like, "Here are some tortilla chips, try it. If it's not spicy enough, I could add some more." And we tried it. I'm like, "Yeah, let me get another scoop." And that was nice, man. tailor-made spice at the farmer's market. I thought that was kind of nice. I was talking to the shop owner. I remember he was, oh yeah, we have a shop, like a proper like establishment. It's just that, you know, farmers markets, you know, we go out to those to kind of get the name out. I thought, oh, okay, that's cool. So we have one opening there. Realistically, I probably want to do this. So we'll get that done. And then the majority of this zone is going to be insulated, man. Almost done. Let's get these cleaned up. You bought homemade farmers market water. Yo, man. I bought instant water. And then when I got home, I read the label. It said, just add water. And I was kind of mad. Because I was like, wait, hold up. Wasn't this supposed to be water? They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Are there markets in LA different than the normal farm markets? No. I mean, the only thing that happens over here is like they will take small streets, sometimes directly in the neighborhood, and just convert it into a no drive zone. This is a farmer's market today. I don't know if they do that same practice everywhere else, but that's how it's done over here. They'll just have like random days. Oh yeah, it's farmer market today. It's repeating though. It's the same. It's always on a Sunday, and they prepare on Saturday. So like Sunday morning, everything's already set up. But yeah, it's not every Sunday, but it's on like maybe twice a month. Yeah, maybe twice a month. In more farm-based areas, farmer markets are in the same place on the same dates. I see you. We have a farmer's market every weekend here, and it's just veggies and beef products. Yeah, all we got at our place was like semi-prepared veggie products. In our case, I got salsa. But they had fresh veggies. You could buy a lot of like, you know, veggie products, stuff like that. Some people were selling nuts. Some people were selling veggies. Dude, the salsa was good though. That might have been the best salsa I've had. I would love to buy some bees and just release them upstairs. Damn, who lives upstairs of your house, man? I wouldn't want to be the guy that lives above you. Alright, pea water, we'll relocate this back. And then bottle drainer bop, pipeline bop, bridge bop, nice. Alright, we're about... We did it! Wait, what the heck? Hey man, I'll take it. Oh shit. Kablam! We saved the universe. We did it, boys. We blasted Demolier into oblivion. The colony is safe for now. Among the impactor's remains, I've identified several useful resources as well as a small familiar object. How did such a thing find its way to an uninhabited asteroid? I've always hoped that other worlds existed, and perhaps they do. And we are more alike than I've ever imagined. There is so much more we have yet to discover. Hey, I'm in. Amen. Fallen from the skies. Let's pull that inside, boys, before it gets lost. All right, so what happened was that we had our ammo get shipped here, which has a sweeper loader to sweep it to the Meteor blaster, and we basically just shot it down the entire time. So we had the ammo, we were just transporting it, logistics, and we finally moved everything out. So win-win. We get our iridium metals, which is nice. We get free iridium. Looks like it's hot too, so it's melting a little bit of the ice, but I'm not too worried about that. And then that's how we got it. How do you not have every achievement? Every time you start a new colony, the achievements are reset, but your account achievements, so like if you go to my account, you can see that I have all the achievements already. So it's basically just reset so that you could redo it for the run, but it's not actually reset, if that makes sense. Stethoscope. All right, we're good. We're good. Yeah, it's session style for that. All right. Moving the crude oil down. But you were not looking at it. I made a couple of pit stops where I just went like this, and then I did a move command, right? Move all the ammo from here to here. And then the sweeper did the rest. So that was just a matter of time because the dupes take a while. Each blast shot is 200 kilograms, and that's like roughly one missile per dupe. So they were all hauling, all 9 of them, carrying 1 ammo a day. So it was taking a while. That's probably why it looked like it just happened randomly. But yeah, we got that done. But yeah, beginning of the stream, we had all the ammo. We just had to send it over. Once we sent it over, it was just hauling it back again. So it wasn't too bad. I think it was cycle 182. We sent all the ammo from here to the first planet. And then that's where I set the command to go move it to the blaster. And once we got the blaster done, that was it. We got it done. But yeah, I did not think it was going to be that fast. I was going to check again on cycle 190 just to make sure we were getting it right. All right, good stuff. So now we just worry about the spawn setup. We got the waters inside. Get the pumps inside. We need the Atmos sensor. Move that right there. We're just going to run lead automation. Keep it simple. All right, that's going to pump into there, but we're not going to want to power that yet. And then... we do have an extra pump. Okay, so meme strat. We don't need this running anymore. And since we're not adding any more crude oil, it's not actually running. Okay, so it's going to be kind of annoying, but we will build this out. 4 tile gap, that's just normal spacing. We will add power here. And then that's going to be how we get this started with pumping out the gas. We won't be able to power everything, so it's going to be no electrolyzers. And also we are going to be doing 4 pumps. So we'll just do these 4. Okay, that should be good. We'll move out the remainder of the stuff inside, and then we need to start mopping that. Move that out. Get our liquid lock here. Crude oil liquid lock. Y'all know what it is. We're gonna do a drop lock setup. 17. This is 67. And we're doing above 20. Okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. Alright, so we're going to do a dig here. And then we're going to do an entombment setup so the heat transfer is better. That way at the bottom of the oil, we dump the most heat so that it leaks out through the bottom. Okay, we're going to have to move out all the stuff. Same thing on the inside. Spawn's almost ready, boys. Spawn is almost ready. Okay, so we're gonna do the oil lock setup. We have to sweep and build everything. We have to remove the polluted oxygen. Fun times. Alright, that got dug out. We are gonna want radiant pipes at the bottom. And then on top of that, we're gonna be building metal tiles. I also want this tile built. Okay. If we can't get this built, please. Unbreaded Raw is doing it. Let's go. Ooh. Let's take the suit. We gotta have our own gala. Alright. Remove the tile. Boom. And then boom. Nice. So we get something called a vacuum lock, where the center is a vacuum. So the heat's gonna be kept inside now, a little bit easier. And then all we gotta do is move out these items. And then we'll do an oil lock here. I'm not gonna spill the oil in here because I might freeze the pea water. And then I don't have to worry about the inside freezing anymore. And then once we add in water, it's gonna be able to just populate. Have a good time. Ooh, the second tile melted. Let's go. Alright, I'm hoping doing this setup cools down the oil faster so we can get to loop in the oil a little bit more. Should be good. We're gonna connect the power right here so that we can pump out all the gas. I didn't think about this, but I need to do this. Let's do 4 tiles. Ladder. Let's do 5 tiles. Gas res. And then we'll just do it like that. So we'll just combine the pipes from where we're pumping and have that all just dump into here. Because we might over pressurize and then it just gets jammed. This is just going to guarantee that we always have flow. Alright. Operation heating up the oil biome. Realistically, I should just dump water into the oil well and let that naturally heat up. Building entombment. That happens. And then we'll get oxygen from this planet soon. I like how you're doing it. Yo, man, we're just dumping heat that we generate back into it. Less cleanup. I mean, the thing is that we'll eventually actually want to do the oil well for oil. Because it's like, dude, oil's nice. It's a lot of power, dude. It's good times. Alright, so we're good here. How are you going to clean up all that air? So first things first, we are going to need to have a solidified source of oxygen that we could use pumps to distribute. That allows us to pressurize the areas, and that's going to stop the polluted oxygen from moving vertically. Because once the polluted oxygen is inside only oxygen, it's only going to move left and right. Right? That's just how polluted oxygen works. At that point, I could just start putting deodorizers where I need to. Now, the thing is that after the spawn, we're actually going to build another thing. Infinite water tanks. Because we're going to be able to keep the area warm. We should be able to have the water not freeze like it did over here. The water right here froze because my area is -29. And then it froze a droplet of pea water and it broke my infinite pressure tank. So we're just going to have to make a new pressure tank on this side. And try to make sure that stays warm. So we have a lot of heat right here because we let this erupt. And we're letting the heat accumulate. So we're slowly warming up parts of the map, whether it's the kiln, whether it's the electrolyzer, the petroleum heat, and the metal refinery, or the sulfur. We're trying to slowly dump heat so that it doesn't get to that freezing point anymore. And then with that, we'll be able to make a proper infinite tank. So that's going to be the idea. It's just, you know, it's going to take us some time to get that done. All right, so this and that are both going to be removed. We're going to also insulate that part. And then once we get to here, I want to insulate this. Then we just got to insulate that tile, seal this up, and then sweep all the items out of this tunnel and go up and down here instead of going through the liquid lock. And then this is going to be a internal section. It's going to look so weird though. We're going to have this weird T shape on top of the base that's separating the top of the map from the bottom. I'm thinking about it. I should try to insulate this building and try to have this be you know what I'm saying, try to have this to be like a rec room for the dupes, go hang out. Problem is that it's mad cold, right? I mean, it's a vacuum inside, but around it it's -50. Okay, so that's done. We should have liquid lock now, so this should be okay. This goes below, above. Okay, and then we just do these. And then we go below. There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. Now we're vacuuming this. We should be able to vacuum this, no problem. So why the different colors? Different colors? Oh, the different colors represent different types of gas elements inside the gas pipeline. Regular oxygen versus polluted. In this game, things do not mix, which is the big thing about this game. Since things don't mix, you get individual entities. And a lot of times that allows you to pull off really weird shenanigans. The blue and the dark green, yeah. That's the different gases that we have inside the box. Later on, we're gonna get this CO2 that's black. We're just going to be pumping up all gas inside and try to make it so that it's devoid of any gas. Creating what's known as a vacuum. Alright, we're able to loop the petroleum, even though it's releasing super hot tiles. 119, 152. Then what? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a very controlled environment so that we could create a system. The system we're making is called a SPOM, self-powered oxygen machine. self-powered oxygen maker, whatever you want to call it. And the problem with it is that it's a very specific setup. So basically, the presence of another gas causes an issue with how the system balances. So we have to remove all the gases first. And then once we do that, we could actually prime the system up to work properly, and then we should be good to go. So it's basically just part of the priming step. It's probably the best way to talk about how that works. But yeah, for now, we just have to remove the gas. Then we're going to do some additional sealing. Basically, I need to separate the top half from the bottom half, so we got to add tiles on top of the airflow right there. But I need to remove the gas anyway, so we're using the top pumps to remove the gas from the bottom as well. So we got to do an extra step afterwards, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But that is part of the process that we need to do in order to build the spawn. And then once that's done, we're going to need to add water that we're getting from right here. And that water is going to be what we use for this. I just got an idea. Couldn't I just have the polluted water that we get from this side sieved first, pre-sieve it, and so that we have just water here? Maybe that could work, actually. I don't know if I want to do that though. Pre-sieve the water so that the infinite water tank doesn't have to have off gas, you know, deal with the off gas. Maybe. Pre-sieve all the water. That could work out, man. That's not a bad idea. Pre-sieve all the water. The little baby seal, he can hang out with us. Have to go all the way around. Let's just say we do. Keep it easy. Do you have sand over there? That's a good question. 131 tons. I guess there was a lot of sand in the ice biome. Or maybe it was the the sulfur biome has a lot of sand. So maybe we could do that. Yeah, it looks like it's enough, right? Just about. The only thing is, like, I need to have a temperature that could withstand. Right now it's still too cold. The water would freeze into ice. Feels bad, man. Having a hard time drawing the gas. There's only a few working. Yeah, that's because of the load on the power line. It's only up to 4 pumps. This line has a max wattage of 1,000. Everything else on the line is not actually running. But because of the load of the line limit, I could only run 4 pumps as a result. It's more so it's like a problem of, you know, our power line. It was a lot faster to build this. Then we just wait, right? It's not too bad of a deal. So we can start worrying about the other stuff, which is basically, can't pick up. We need to make sure we get water in so that the spawn could be just making stuff. So this doesn't have to run yet because this is going to be not really in a situation where it needs to be cooled down anytime soon. Even if it does get a little warm, we should be all right. And then water storage. We could just keep using these reservoir bins because it does work. It's just that I kind of want to stockpile, right? Funny thing is that we have 5 electrolyzers, which is the capacity of the water sieve. Meaning that if this is running full time, I barely have enough water to keep this running full time. So if this stops sieving, we stop running oxygen. That's probably not a good thing. Maybe we just deal with the P water infinite storage because it just makes more sense. Yeah, maybe that just makes more sense. So lip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we would have that. And then I think we would run double sieve just to keep up. And then we just infinite pressure P water. Like, it probably makes sense to do it like that. So we would run the simple design, right? Could I do this in a better fashion? I guess we could do the wider design. This doesn't work though. This would otherwise be the proper design. Yeah, this would otherwise be the proper design that we would probably want to do. And then we probably go in from this way to build everything. Open this up on this side as well, I guess. Now the thing with this is that technically this is not efficient. 1, 2. We should do that as well. Let's do that as well. If we do it like this. It's close. It's really close. Alright, no lip. Aw, damn it. We have to run it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Run that diagonal, that's fine. This is door, right? And then we have to run down like that. Alright, so the logic here is we have feed that out. That combines to feed out to here. And then this comes out, feeds out to here. This becomes infinite pressure. We know that we have a pump inside. And the thing is that we will have our setup right there. The thing with this is that I need to prioritize water coming in, so it's probably gonna look like this. This looks so bad. But it makes sense. It makes sense. It really does. And then we'll just get a lead wire coming out. Pull that to the right as well. Yeah. We'll have to probably use bottom emptier here too. And then I probably do want to pull out some tiles here. Alright, so we're not going to do the spill path. We're just going to drop it in. The only thing that kind of sucks with this is that if I don't have... Oh wait, this airflow is in a bad spot. We're going to have another door here, actually. It's going to be like that. Yep, feels bad, but we need that door. Try to prioritize the floor then so you don't get stuck. All the polluted oxygen's gone. It's just CO2 and oxygen now. It's nice. Alright, so we're going to be running a 2-sieve setup so that we keep up. If we also need water, we can just pull it from here. The logic is simple. We dump in water, polluted water. We're actually going to prefer to dump the polluted water into here directly so we don't have to double dip. I don't want to release the water and then pump it back out, right? That's just wasting power. So we have the pipeline topping off the existing pipeline first so that if we need it, we don't have to double pump. And the pump only turns on when we need it. So since this is on a yield setup, it's going to fill up these 3 tiles. And then it's going to wait until this needs water before we actually add it in. That makes it so that as we're adding water into the system, it's going to top off the line first on priority so that this stops running. So that if this does need water and this is already pumping, this will shut off at the presence of the new water coming in. So it's a little bit of an efficiency, you know, system, adding that in so that it's a little bit better. Which is why it looks like the way it does. But yeah, it'd be kind of jank. There is a connection between these two so that when the water comes in this way, it goes into the bridge first before the liquid vent. Millets! Oh, dude. No way. I could actually grow sweat corn now. Dude! We could actually grow sweat corn. Hell yeah. That's kind of nice. Alright, so just going to be waiting for this setup. The upside is later on if we get poke shells, we could put them here. They will eat the pea dirt that we get from the water sieve, and then they'll poop out sand. Win-win, right? So I don't mind having that. We could also add a poke drop shell right here with a door setup. It's not bad. How are we back on this side? They chilling. A lot of wood, a lot of phosphorite. Everything here, man, they chilling. We got chlorine amassed up for the megafrons. Gonna be good stuff. Once we get oxygen here, we're gonna want to send it back to the first planet. That's gonna be one of the things we're gonna want to do. I want to get the water system first, though. Once we get that, we're gonna have to make a aqua tuner setup to chill the oxygen before it goes back to the original planet. But it is gonna be using Alveo Vera, which should be fine. Ooh, we're starting to get warm over here. That's not bad, that's not bad. So one of the things I plan on doing is we're gonna actually make the bottom half of the planet right here. This is Neutronium. We're gonna make the bottom half of the planet, isolate it from the top half, because that's actually where all the buildings are. Teleporters to and from, supply teleporters, George, that's where the geysers are. Somnium, Critter Flux, right? They're all at the bottom. So we're gonna have the bottom half separated from the top half, most likely, where the dupes sleep at the bottom. We'll manage the gases. And then the top half and above is always gonna be cold. We'll move all the cold stuff out. You know how it is. Should be good. Spawn's almost ready. Still vacuuming. Petroleum's looking kind of nice. It looks like we're actually processing. I think this was a good decision, man. Crude oil is chilling. It's losing a lot of heat when it goes through that, which is really nice. Not bad. Still making the iron, still making the steel. We have 1200 steel again for the next AQ. No plastic yet, though. Alright, so that's ready. That's more or less done. We gotta lock the doors. That's a big thing, actually. So seal up this side. Get this tile. We built that from the right side. To make this look nice, we'll just do the box all entirely insulated. This has to be a gas bubble, so it doesn't really matter what we have there. And the gases in the airflow tiles, I don't think we care about. Like, we could try to do something there, but we really don't need to. Nice. Just want to make sure nothing's inside. Nope. Okay, let's get the airflow there. Hopefully the dupes don't stay inside. That'd be bad. And once we do that, we could move in the polluted water. Yeah. Let's get some lead here because we have it. We'll likely want to do this build. Connect these together. It just makes a lot of sense. And then we'll probably need to start getting a power system connected to everything. This is kind of weird. It feels like we're going to get power a lot sooner than I'm willing to do a lot of times. It probably had to do with the layout of the environment and stuff. That's going to be the one bad thing about this build. We're not going to have automation on this, but, you know, it's fine. I think it's going to be okay. Oh no, bro. It's actually warming up. And a lot of the ice that's right here is becoming a problem. Okay, so one of the things I did want to do was sweep out a lot of the stuff, right, from up here. So first things first, let's go through the list. And I think it's mercury. Alright, so all of the mercury right here needs to be relocated to here. Okay, that should be good. The mercury we want to relocate because that's what's already here. And then the thing that we want to put outside, most likely, because it's really cold, right, is we're going to put bins here. And I think we're going to put ice and polluted ice so that the sweeper could sweep everything out. Because we have a lot of ice here, and it's keeping the map cold. We don't really need the ice here. We realistically want to warm up the map, right? And having water spills like this kind of sucks. So I think that makes sense. We're also a little bit benefited by putting like a bottle emptier somewhere here and have it empty out the water that we have mopped up so that it freezes. I'm thinking we could do something like that. Okay, dupes are good. This is pea water. We'll start draining that out. It's not bad. They're going to be grabbing the pea water from here. What we need to do is fill up these 4 tiles. That way we get a single gas tile here consistently. And then seal it up. And then we'll be good. And then after that, we'll just be adding water into the res. I should pull a pipeline to here, but I want to wait till we get this started so that we could destroy this and not worry about the hydrogen at all. Yeah, man, we got to get the people mopping and sweeping. At some point, we're going to have to mop up the liquid carbon dioxide that's on the ground. It's going to be fun times. Alright, a lot of CO2. I got lazy with this. The petroleum gen was running. That's a good sign, though. The petroleum gen's running. Great sign, great sign. Look at this heat spot, man. It's nice. We got a boiler room set up, effectively. So we're waiting for the other zones to warm up so the oil melts and we get more oil. That's a win-win, right? Everyone gets oil. Everyone, I mean, if they're on our planet, right? Everyone here is unified, totally. Trim out some bisline's not a bad idea. And we're still vacuuming. We're at micrograms, though. That's a good sign. All right, so they're doing the sweeps. We're going to be doing the bins. And then we'll eventually move out a lot of the ice, polluted ice, because we're not going to need it here, right? Pretty good. Circuit overloaded. Oh, ha. That's because of this one. We could have that on a separate line. That's not going to overload. There we go. Should be fine. They'll fix it. They'll fix it. Oh no, bro. Pea dirt bopped my liquid lock. See, things like that is the reason why I kind of want to make sure we have a proper setup here. Because we are composting. Because this is a heat source. Even though there is a lot of food poisoning in there, it's better that we have to compost. Alright, this is honestly not that big of a deal. Hey, Karanik, coming in with tier 1. Thank you for the 5 months, man. I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote 20 days ad free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you for the support, man. I see you over there. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna get the igneous. So this is proper floor. So we're gonna take that as proper levels. And we're gonna start getting that built. We're almost done. Almost done. Once we get this in, man, it's gonna be nice. Alright, so these guys are doing their thing. The guys back at home, they're not idle, but it's like they wouldn't mind some jobs. They really wouldn't. So the big thing we probably should start doing is, oh, we could use the oxygen we get from the first planet for a internal base setup here. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, so where would I want that set up then? We could have the brine water be a part of outside. I'm okay with that. All right, so we lock this setup. CO2 might be an issue. It shouldn't be, though. This is warm, so I shouldn't actually be mad if this is inside. That's what I'm thinking, man. We make them sweep a lot of stuff in here. So I don't want to get rid of this yet. Eventually we will. Ah, I see what I do. We will mop up the waters here. I don't want to mine the ice, though. But I think what we do here makes a lot of sense. We are going to pump up the bad gas and just release it here. We lock the door, and then we go across the bottom right here. So this is effectively a wall, right? Then what we're going to probably want to do is insulate it here, going straight across. Yeah. So we do this dig, that dig, this dig. And we insulate it here. This is going to signify top half, bottom half. We're probably going to hollow out everything along the abyssalite here. Because although we could seal from here to here, I think I should sacrifice the rust for the outside. And then just take this rust for the inside. So this is going to be bottom half, bottom half, bottom half. We're going to take this biome as bottom half because of the teleporter. Same thing here. Bottom half. This is bottom half. And I think we do... This is outside. And then we link these up right there. And then this is inside. And then we have our suits leaving to the cold environment up top. Yeah. Going on, Hunter? Is it weekend already? It is. When's your time off start, man? When are you going to be doing that 7 Days to Die marathon? Is that next week? This week? This weekend? With the new mods? I was thinking about it, man. I was like, maybe I do play with you, man. Maybe. I have to make sure, though. You're still thinking, I see you. Because as much as I wouldn't mind checking that out, I feel like... I don't know how much time I could play that in, like, one session. Because I've never played it, and it's 3D game, right? I feel like it really needs to, like, immerse me. Oh, yeah, you have to get the new case transferred. This guy's doing open heart transplant for his computer. From one body to the next. Yo, man, hopefully that all goes well. Gotta make sure the kitty cat does not steal one of your screws. You gotta watch out, man. I was thinking about it, man. Is there, like, any video or anything about what to expect to play with 7 Days to Die with that mod? Because I'm a little worried. Because when I try to play 7 Days to Die, I couldn't really get immersed or really get, like, too into the game. So that's what I'm really worried about. I'm sad of that. A lot of spare parts. Yo, man, it's more so that, yo, man, if the kitty cats eat the small little screw, they're in bad times. It gonna be bad times, man. I would suggest playing vanilla for now. Yeah, I don't know a lot of the, like, hordes, how to really survive, or things I shouldn't or should do. Because there's a big thing with noise, right? Don't want to be running too much. Popping a gunshot might be bad because the zombies hear you. It's not a mod. Can I have both installed at the same time? Okay. Alright guys, give me 1 sec. I gotta use the restroom and I'm gonna check a Mamba really fast. BRB. We back. Mama's good. He's chilling. It's a little warm, so he's not in the bed. He's in the other room. It's by the window, chilling out. Noise isn't an issue. Depends on where and what difficulty it is. Oh, okay. Be like that. Okay. How does 7 Days to Die compare to a game like Satisfactory? I'm curious. Because I feel like although Satisfactory isn't like a open world explorer, it plays really well as one. That you can just do hard drive hunting all day. It's going through the map, exploring. It's not bad, man. You know what I mean with that though, right? Looter shooter. That's fine. Nothing wrong with looter shooters. And you can build stuff if you want to. So you don't have to build stuff. I thought building, crafting was a big aspect of the game. It's a voxel game. What's a voxel game? I'm not actually familiar with that concept, sadly. Like Minecraft. Oh, see, I was when we raided Constant Conrad the other day and he was playing Minecraft, I was like, you know what, man? I actually don't mind. I was considering maybe I should stream a little bit of Minecraft. And then I thought about it, man, I could just play 7 Days to Die with Hunter. So I was considering that. What's going on, YCK? Welcome in. But I was considering playing some Minecraft, man. It's been so long. Doing some mining, doing some building. Satisfactory can definitely be an adventure game. You use the factory to unlock stuff. Love the travel, traversal, and exploration on that one. Yeah, everything about the movement, the world is beautiful, graphics were amazing, everything was really good. Like, I was a fan, man. I was a fan. A lot of that Satisfactory, even though it's a factory game, you could tell they put a lot of effort into the other aspects of the game. You can play a lot of different ways. I would call 7 Days to Die like Minecraft for adults with zombies. I see, I see. But devs added too much into points of interest. Too much in the POIs? Is that like having villages being super OP or something? But yeah, I was considering playing some Minecraft, man. I don't know why. Baby Steel. We still need 400 of those guys. Kappa. What the heck? Guys. What the heck is this? Hey! Let's go. Liquid sulfur. Iridium. And we don't have the last one. That's fine. What's going on, Dennis? Welcome in. Oh, POIs are dungeon crawlers. I got you. As you can see, we shot down Demolier. We're doing good. And now we're in Operation Spawn. And warming up the map. Hey, Hunter, coming in for the 3 months. Thanks so much, Hunter. I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Joe the emote to join us at reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Iridium in the orbit, dude. Not only is it in the orbit, it is on the ground, baby. It is on the ground. We have access. We do. We have access. We have access. All right, did we get this built? Nice. We got iridium. It's on the floor. It's good times, man. We got the nice iridium on the floor. Good times. All right, so I will dig through here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is just going to be us trying to release the hydrogen. We don't need this pump anymore. Which means I probably want to dig this down so that we could actually get out from the bottom. Niobium was never that easy. Do you want to know a secret? If you shoot the thing on the cold planet, do the boom, laser beams, and wait, you get free niobium. That's not true. I made that up, by the way. Some people go overboard with building bases, 7 days to die, doing minimal. I see. What kind of builder are you, Hunter? Curious. Everyone has a style, man. Everybody has this style. Not a builder, mostly looting and progression. I see. So do what you need to do, and then it's all about teching up, huh? Liquid mercury will relocate. Liquid carbon as well. I know, I shoot, don't get niobium there. I was memeing. Oh, dude, he's following in with the memes. He knows what I'm talking about, boys. He knows the memes. But talking about POIs, you have all the same blocks available to build, so could build whole cities, dude, man. When I used to play Minecraft, that's what I would do. I would farm up the mats and then build builds, like build giant versions of things, or, you know, that was just a lot of what I wanted to do. Just build builds. It was nice. Oh, the mercury solidified in air, and it caused the dupes to get stuck. Wow. I've never seen that. I relocated the liquid mercury right there and right there, and it froze mid-air. What the heck is that? What the heck is that, man? Alright, so we have mercury down below. We're gonna just dump liquid mercury here. Just cause. Minecraft isn't really voxel. Vintage story is each tiles is divided. Can be manipulated, edited with chisel and hammer. Interesting. I see you over there, Dennis. Shout out to you. Coming in with the knowledge. I know nothing of the games, not gonna lie. So I have to just believe in you guys. This is still taking a while. Ooh, ooh. We are at good enough. Polluted oxygen, good enough. And then we have our infinite pressure, boys. And it's gonna be done. Oh, man. Okay, so... we will eventually want to turn this off soon. Ah, this still not vacuumed. We're moving out the stuff so that the areas could be a little bit more clean. That's polluted ice, and that's crushed ice. There is no crushed ice. Let's put regular ice. And then we're going to start sweeping it over. Alright, so this hydrogen got moved out. Insulate, insulate, insulate. That should be fine. I probably opened this up just so that we can, and then I want to put a pump down here. And then we're just going to release the gas right here. We will need power for this. We have that wheel. I guess that works. Okay, cool. Starting the insulation line. Probably want to start this. Actually, no. We want to do it up here, right? So this is effectively, or we could do it all the way over here too. For now, let's just do it here. We're gonna run this across. Yeah. We're gonna pump out all the bad gas. And then we're gonna do something weird like this, just so that the hydrogen can release. Because I don't want the hydrogen down here. We also want the pump down here so that the CO2 that's spilling in from the top could still just populate the alveolar down there. It's just at this pocket I want oxygen, so, you know, just have to get that set up. Pump out some bad gas, do a little bit of digging, insulate the bottom half of this, and we'd start warming it up so that once we get this releasing oxygen, we just release it in the vicinity and be okay. I realistically should have this be in a vacuum though, or something. Vintage storage made by Tyron, former modder MC. Huh. I see you guys. I see you guys. Alright, so my dupes are gonna be having decent times. A lot of the ice has gone out. Okay, so let's do... drop that on the floor, drop that on the floor. So we're no longer sweeping it. No manual use, and then everything liquefiable, we just sweep back. The logic is we're just going to be dumping all the ice right here, at least for now. We're going to want to move it out eventually. So maybe that's what we do now. Select all, click, and then move. Probably not a bad idea. Right, this is looking all right. I wouldn't mind building this tile then. Okay, just cold obsidian, cold ice. Okay, so everything here. I'm just going to be doing some moving of the items so that the cold sources at -50 aren't inside the hallway, so that we could connect the hallway. That's going to be the play, at least. We got to connect the hallways, boys. At least for now. Oh, it's done. It's done. Guys. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Almost spawn time. Almost. The AQ doesn't have to run because it's only turn on if it's above. Let's go with 24. We probably want this closer to 22 though. Alright, so now since that is good, once we kick this on and we have it ready, we can turn this off. And then we could start getting our pipelines in. So normally we'll probably have something like this. I think, yeah, my pipeline should go out in here. And then it comes in, comes down. And then this water source is going to get removed. We might use that bottle drain source right here. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Well, it's going to be still really cold, though. That's the only problem. I'm a little bit worried it might heat up, but we'll go with it. I mean, it might actually freeze, but hopefully it's fine. By the way, what is the mod for setting priorities to build, dig, etc errands? Wait. The mod to set priorities? You mean this? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Vlad. Because I think... Yeah, I don't know what it is. Could you navigate for me where it is you're looking at? I'll do my best to help out. No, you got it? Oh, okay. Nice. I don't know what happened, but somehow it gets to genius. We did it, boys. I don't know how we did it, though, but we did it. Oh, you haven't checked on all. I see what you're saying. The priority setting. Yeah, that's one thing that's big. Deconstructing. If you want to get rid of the wires, deconstruct, and then you do power wires, you could do that over that. The big thing is when you're doing like layers stuff, like pipelines, and you just want to remove the tile, that's buildings, right? That doesn't get rid of the wiring behind it. So a lot of times the tool filters are really nice for that. All right, we got the cap in. We need hydrogen. Hydrogen. Okay. Let me get a canister filler. I don't have plumbing, so we'll just do it this way. Yeah, I never used that thing. Oh, yeah, I use that for deconstructing, but never used it for the priority. So it's like once you saw me click on that and you saw the menu, you're like, oh, they have one for that as well. And that they do. That they do. Okay. That got dug out, so we could seal this up. We're going to be doing that, pumping up the CO2 if I can. That would try to be priority. That way they always have CO2 at the bottom as well, which is kind of nice. Ice relocate. No polluted ice yet. Oh, it's out of power. We need someone to run the wheel. Feels bad. It's almost done. It's almost done. Which is awkward. You have 3.5 thousand hours in the game. Don't worry. I'm over here with 6,000. There's always something to learn, man. Don't worry about it. Did you know that if you are building anything in the game, you could hold shift and you get perfectly straight lines? So like if I click this, and I'm hitting shift and I hold, doesn't matter what I do, it's always going to be perfectly straight. There's a lot of like nuanced things like that that a lot of people don't know about. It's really nice. That's a thing I know, but I never use. Yep. It's one of those things, man. The obscure info. Another one that's pretty big is doing the whatchamacallit, screenshot mode, Alt S, and you get infinite zoom out. And then you hit escape and you just play like that. There's a lot of like minor stuff like that that's like, it's not really useful in a lot of cases, but it's like knowing it's kind of nice. But yeah, very obscure stuff. I imagine you know about that as well. But don't worry, man. This game is full of obscurities just like that. Alright, so the liquid locks are good. That's in. We don't have gas moving on the outside, but that's fine. And then we're good right now, right? Did you know you could add location shortcuts, pan directly to? Oh yeah. You do Control 1, and then you do Shift 1, and you go to that camera spawn. Control 2 to be at my teleporters, so every time I hit Shift 2, we go back to my teleporters. That's really nice for when you're making videos on YouTube. That's how I learned that. I was like, oh, you could save this camera frame? Ooh. I've used it a couple times. Not that often, though. Just a couple times. Alright, we're moving the stuff. Let's go. Insulate, insulate. Ooh, that's coming out. Chlorine. All that gas. Oh, that's coming in. Oh, that's not good. I'm just trying to release the hydrogen. Breathability here is pretty doo-doo right now. Alright, let's build this back. Looks like all the CO2 is coming down instead of hydrogen just leaving. I mean, the hydrogen did leave, but it looks like a lot of bad gas took its space. So we probably want to get some sconces right here. Let's get 2 right there. Let's get that to be priority. And then we need to make sure we're getting oxalite delivered here. We're still going to keep the bad gases here, though. But we're going to have a layer of O2 in the middle, I guess. We could do that here. They're going to have to walk through the water, which is okay. But we're going to start this insulation process. The big thing is going to be dealing with this ethanol right there, though. Oh, I think we could do something where we just dig through this way, I think. We'll look at that soon. Hey, it's a little baby pit. They're hanging out, they're hanging out. Okay, did we get the H2? We did. H2 is nice, H2 is nice. Alright, let's release, relocate. It's capped. This is built. Oh, we've never made the pipeline. We gotta do that. Okay, so that means we're gonna be done sieving. We're just gonna let this finish. We're almost done, boys. We're almost there. Spawn time. We gotta lock the top doors above 20 kgs. So it doesn't turn on, right? That's the big thing. And then we're not pumping anymore, so we could actually have that be connected. Okay. Empty the hydrogen. We gotta empty the hydrogen. And then we have to have water right here. We will no longer need the ice liquefier. That is old school archaic tech we will no longer need. It's almost ready. It's almost ready. All right. A lot of sweeping still. Oxalite stops. We're almost done, man. Water's coming in. There it is. All right, so we are ready. H2 is in. We shouldn't be able to generate enough oxygen yet. Cool. All right, now we power these one at a time. So 1. There it is. So the door is locked, so they can't go inside, which is what we want. And then now that that's making, we could get more deliveries of water now. And then we do the second one. It works. And I think they all work now. Nice. So now we have a spawn design. Is it sufficient with this spawn design to release only H2? As I remember my last builds, I needed to release O2 as well. You mean you wanted to not spawn oxygen? It has to spawn the 2 gases, regardless of what you do. You could make it so that the hydrogen gets deleted, though. Basically, how this build works is that you spawn 2 gases here, hydrogen and oxygen, on these 2 specific tiles. And as a result, you always have to deal with it. And then the thing about that is we have to influence it with a natural separation around this space. For whatever reason, the electrolyzer will spawn the gases next to where it needs to go. And for whatever reason, if you put the airflow on the left side specifically, not the right, it will always filter out properly. So it looks like H2 is always going to be on the left tile, which is why it gets pushed down. Now, that's basically how the design works. And you need to basically have this 4x4 space always be clean. The moment another gas pops into it, it breaks the design, right? Because of how that natural spawning right here that I was talking about, it will naturally push in and naturally push up. The moment there's CO2 in here, or even if it's the inverse gases, so hydrogen is here or oxygen is here, that will cause a problem. But because it's already separated like this and it's clean, there's no other floating gases inside, it should always filter out properly in the way we want it to, regardless of if it's constant water or not, right? It should always be fine. So the big thing is don't overpump, right? The moment you get a vacuum on any of the tiles, you give it a chance to break. And then that's another reason why you have to give it its own liquid locked room. Because if you have CO2 falling down or polluted oxygen going across, it's going to bop the build. So you got to be careful about those things specifically. All right, we're good. Let's get this. Let's get that. We probably dig that and go down. We should probably use sandstone. I did not believe, but we went through a lot of igneous. I didn't know. All right, I got it. Now I understand better the idea. Gotcha. Yeah, we have an Atmos sensor up top. Exactly for that reasoning. Because of how efficient the build is, once you get more than, like, I think it's 3, your bottom pump is never going to pump up any of the hydrogen until it's a vacuum, unless you're siphoning the power. Because it's already positive, so you're never going to pump up more hydrogen than you need to if it's a closed circuit setup. So because of that, I almost never have an Atmos sensor down below. But yeah, Hunter's right. Automation saves the day. As it usually does. All right, so now let's get rid of this. I probably don't want the sieve here anymore. We're gonna start moving out all the polluted water into the new storage, and then we could get the water pumped in properly. So on this side, whatever's in here, it's whatever's in here. We're gonna remove this so that all the water inside gets into bottled form, and then we just dump it there. And then we are gonna be doing this pipeline is gonna get replaced for polluted water specifically. It probably makes sense to just do it like that. And then we probably have this loop into here. And we just have to cut that line so that it could all output the water. I probably cut it here as well. So we go through the water in the bins first, or directly pump from the other side. I don't think that really matters what we do. But regardless, we will want to do that. Okay, this is clean. Nice. There's a couple items here we're going to want to move out. Once we do that, we're going to have a clean area. And we could get this started. Have that separated. Okay, so now we have the ladder here. So we know that it's this, and then it's here. So if we build tiles, it'd be like that. And then this is another tile space. That's actually kind of nice. So we probably want to just build here and then start bopping this setup. We know that this is probably going to be a ladder, so that's fine. Not bad. Oh, look at this. Looking good. Okay, so we can just cut this. Give it time for the bad gases to settle. CO2 is going to go down, right? And we'll be able to do good. Eventually this ice is going to melt. We'll deal with that later. And then our teleporter is separated now. Nice. On this side, we'll have the brine drain. Because we have brine right here. I don't know if you have brine anywhere else. We probably don't. We'll keep this as part of the bottom half, so that we could just take this and just dump it in. So this connects here, and then this goes all the way to the top. Nice. This is gonna connect to the other polluted water vent that we're gonna redo anyways. And then we probably set this up as the new base level floor, right? Because normally you'll have ladders here. And then if this were to be a proper setup, we would have our lip tile. And then this would be like a liquid lock to leave, which is really fair to do it like that. So I think we will. Lumen quartz. Let's carve both of these so that we could relocate it before we have to do it again later anyways. Sweep that off the ledge. And then we're going to be doing a liquid lock path. No suits, which is going to be what sucks. We're not going to have suits yet. No suits. Y'all know how it is. No suits. We'll get suits later. Okay, we're still moving stuff out as we should. We're gonna keep the top half cool. Are we gonna ranch Bammits? Yeah. I'm considering moving the Bammits to the second planet because they're warm. And then we could just grow the squash on the first planet and then just send it over. But yeah, I'm probably going to move a lot of the critters that they themselves are warm to the second planet. So that includes the pips. We're going to leave the floxes here. The little baby seal we probably ship back to here. But then we're going to need nectar, right? So we're going to have to do a lot of sorting out the critters to get them where we want them to be. On Oni community webpage, you may find different spawn designs that all have slightly different OTH studios. Yeah, there's actually a reasoning for that. back in the days, back when before Spaced Out was released, they used to have build competitions for this game. And one of the build competitions they had was the most compact spawn possible. So the goal is make a spawn, but it needs to be really compact. And you know, a lot of people came up with some really cool designs. The funny thing is that because of that build competition that they held, they found that when you try to make the tightest, smallest spawn possible, which is a 4x2, one pump, one electrolyzer, you don't get the full yield. For whatever reason, whether it's the electrolyzer or the pump, you don't get the full amount spawning that it says right here. It's a very minor thing. A lot of times, a lot of people don't even like think about that. They disregard it mostly. But that is something that's used to be a thing. Dude, we dumped all the heat in here. And it's cooling down. I don't believe it. We stopped making metal for a second and it gets cold. Oh my god. We'll do 25 copper as well. We just gotta get the metal refinery running. But yeah, it's an interesting little tidbit because it's like, because of the competition, people realize that the numbers that displayed weren't always accurate. Cold equals hot. Yeah, cold greater than hot. Yeah, man. When the oil is solid, you know it's cold, man. When the oil itself is solid, that's how you know it's cold. Cold times, cold times. Okay, so now that that's good, we need the pipes to be made. We need this to finish consuming, which is not too bad. We're trying to depressurize with the pump. And then we need to start moving out pipelines, basically. So, of course, we're just going to be using regular pipelines. And then these are made out of igneous, so we're just going to reverse pull it. Okay, so we will do a very simple setup here. And then this is going to go down, this is going to go down, this is going to go down. It's very likely we go down at least to this level. And then we're going to have to dig this out right there. We'll have the first vent here. Just to release some oxygen right there. We'll have another vent on this side. Just to release some oxygen here. And then we're going to be going all the way down. Yeah, cold energy. Lots of it. I remember when I was on the YouTubes, people were trying to correct me. Cold energy is scientifically wrong. You cannot say it like that. And I was like, man, this guy, he's trying to correct me on the science. Who is he, Dr. Stone? Anyways, I still say cold energy to this day. It's true though. They're 100% right. It's not correct. It is not correct. But at the same time, they also said themselves, even though it's not correct, to the people that don't be scientifically inclined, it makes a lot of sense. What's going on, Lato Dato? Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? How are you? I see you over there, man. What's good? Okay, that works. Okay, we could remove these tiles. Alright, so these got carved. We can move one here. And we'll move the second one into this room. Might as well. We shot down Demolier from Mini Ceres Cluster. We're in. So now we are stabilizing the base. We're getting our spawn up. It's up. We just got to generate some more water to be connected. Oh, my water froze into a tile vise. You hate to see it. And yeah, we're trying to warm up the base right now. Not much, just vibing. Awesome, awesome, man. Good to hear, good to hear. It's always good to be vibing. You know, this is our community. Lots of nerds here. And those type of comments as usual. It is, man. It is. But I will say that, like, I didn't know that was wrong. I will admit to this, I didn't know that was incorrect. I thought that made a lot of sense, and it does. It's just that it's just scientifically incorrect. I was like, oh, okay. It'll be like that sometimes, I guess. I never knew that that was wrong, dude. I thought it was right. I really did. That comes to show, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. That's actually why I said it. Like, in my mind, that made a lot of sense. Is it even possible to like a game like this and not be a nerd? Like, it's a lot of mechanics, number crunching going on here. Yeah, you could be a masochist. You'd be a masochist, man. That kind of fulfills the requirement as well. I'm just saying, man. Not saying anything about the game is bad, but I'm just saying that, dude, man. You don't have to be a nerd. But it really do be like that sometimes. Because it's like, this game plays a lot better the moment you're curious about aspects of the game. If you're just playing it to beat it, it's gonna be a rough time. Right? And that's really what it is. Alright, got the tile built, let's go. Please don't get stuck inside. You know what? They're probably gonna get stuck inside, aren't they? Mod dupes, man. I don't trust these guys. Alright, the heat's coming back at least. We're warming up the map. All the wood is gone? Damn, we need wood. Let's get some more wood, fam. Did we use up all the wood for the kiln? I guess we did. I guess I can't be too mad about that. Nice. Alright, so now we can dig this all out. We still got to get the setup here dug out a little bit better. The water's emptying pretty good. So even though we can pump, there's nowhere to release the gas yet. So I'm going to get these up to a 7. Get that built. Sandstone. Let's get that in. What is the next mid to long-term goal for the colony? So we got the spawn up. We need to basically start tempering everything so that we could change the environments, what we need to do. I need to get oxygen to the first colony so that we can start telescoping and scan space. We need to find the 3rd planet. That's basically our next immediate goal, but we're in no rush because we're more worried about stabilization. So we have food and oxygen. We want to make sure it's never gonna like go away. So we're going to be doing a lot of steps to make sure that we're, you know, more efficient, improving certain setups, making sure the critters are in the right environment. And then once we have that set, we'll be able to start getting into rocketry, go to the 3rd planet, and then our next goal is going to be doing full steam ahead. Because we have to go to the 3rd planet in order to do the geothermal heat pump. So we want to be prepared for that, right? That way we could not pay attention to the original planets because they're going to have food where they need it to be. We should be good that way. Fries. Ooh. Give it to the Mammoth. Come on, we got some fries. Eating. Yo, man, let me see the crown. He's gonna have the Burger King paper crown, dude. He's gonna have the Burger King paper crown on top of his head. We gave him some fast food. I often hear electrolyze is exothermic, which is wrong, lol. In fact, game is exothermic, and Clay is also took in consideration the Joule effect of the electrical resistance of water. The sum leads to heat release. I understand some of those words. I did. Not anymore, though. That was back in the days when I was young, going to grade school. Nowadays, though, I'm just here doing my best. Anyways, life is like a box of chocolates. I don't know if you know about the chocolates. They be coming in different kinds of varieties in the box. Yo, man, where's my dupes at, man? Why are they not building? Alright, so this is good. We need to do this next. And we're gonna start setting up our little enclosement right here. Probably use ethanol for the liquid lock. We'll probably be okay with that. That allows the outside to be a little bit colder. Sandstone. And then we need sandstone. Let's go. And now we almost have water connected into the infinite storage, and then we could start emptying out all the water from the geyser. That's gonna be sweet. And then we're gonna need to get power here. Maybe we get started here with the setup that we want to do. We can start putting a small little wheel setup. Start getting that done. You learned that from Universe Sight? Is that the game Universe Sin? Hey man, sometimes you keep the knowledge with you. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, so the H2 is there. We could force this to be green. Universe Sight, huh? I'm not familiar with that. I thought it was a different game. Alright, so it's still really cold inside. I want to say that's a good thing. And then we don't have to turn on the AQ yet, which is fine. University. Oh, university. Not a video game, but going to school. Oh man, I'm not a smart man. I am not a smart man. Keep them sweeping. Helping out the H2. Let's go. No worries, no worries. That's my bad, man. I didn't make the connection. I was like, oh yeah, dude, that's so-and-so. I know what that is. I did not, in fact, know what that is. Alright, so we're good here. Let's start getting this in. Huh. Where's the lack of connection? Up top? There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. Pea water is in. We need to do this part next. Let's get the digging done. And then if we could do that, we should. I need to get my wheel right here so that our sieve could actually work. Just gotta wait for the dupes to work though. My dupes. Moving out the ice, moving out the baby seals. Alright, so ladder. Okay, move that out. Almost ready to do the seal. It's gonna be good times. Oxygen is trying to be included. Alright, so we go down. So it's here, here, and then here. Will be most likely our setup. And then... how do I want the other gases to move? We could just go like this, and then just use that as a vent. Ah, it's late. That makes sense. Time zones. It happens. Don't gotta apologize for that. It's late, man. Brain, it's not supposed to be operating at this hour. There we go. I guess we could do it up here, but I think doing it down here makes more sense. At least for now. Stone wheel. Okay. Try to get the construction on this side done first. And then we could get that started. Yeah, the water's in the sieves. It's waiting. Moving out all the waters. Let's go. Trim that. Tile. Oh! And now it's oxygen. Okay. So now we effectively have to cut this setup. And then we no longer need this running. We cut the H2. Luckily for me, that's right before it takes damage. So we just use up whatever we have. If we're not running anymore, we're good. And this is not actually powering anything else, except for that deodorizer. Dude, we're almost ready to just clean this up. Good times. We're finally going to be able to start converting the base. Let's go, let's go. This is almost done too. Okay, we're gonna be fine there. Just gotta build this, then we just gotta dig this tile. Bump that up to a 7. This guy's on the wheel. I'm in. So you see this? It turns on and it stops running. Because the pipeline's already full. So that's going to be how we want this to operate. We got the gas there. If this ever backs up, it's just going to start releasing. But it should always have a bubble there waiting. So we're just going to be releasing the waters. I guess we'll just put it in the res. Doesn't really matter too much. We do want to pull from the other side as much as we can. Not bad. Let's bump this up to a 7 so we get sand deliveries. Water goes in, water goes out. Spawn is full force now. Alright, we might worry a little bit about needing some power eventually. So, for the time being, we're just going to do some wheel jank. The 2-wheel jank setup for the AQ. Sometimes, man, things go wrong so that things could go right. It sucks that you have to suffer like that, Dennis. But you know what, man? End of the day, that was part of the reason why we were able to meet. So, you know what? I can't be too mad about that. At the same time, you're completely in the right to be mad about that. Yo, man, that does sound like it sucks. Not gonna lie. Alright, we'll replace that for the insulated tile. This area is finally part of the base. We're just gonna mop up the mercury and then dump that out outside. We could finally have this be a part of the base now. Good times. This is open, so we could actually open this up. We are ready. We are ready. Alright, so let's get a deodorizer right here. And we will want to pull the conductive wire out. Just for the deodorizer. Should be okay. Alright, so this is finally something we're going to remove. We're going to remove this wire. And then we are going to... No, we're going to plug in that wire. And then we have to plug into the hydrogen. Because that is not on yet. Alright, little bit of an issue. Unplug that. Little bit of hydrogen, right? So we are going to cut everything off up top so that it just powers itself. Alright, we have enough hydrogen already. A little bit of food poisoning didn't hurt anybody. And then I need to remove this power line. We allow people inside. It's a weird setup, but it should work. I have to watch this because I'm scared of the dupes that might mess something up. Alright, so now we don't have to do anything out here on the left side unless they're going through the move out item, which is fine. Alright, this is allowed. Just want to make sure we do this without the dupe getting stuck inside breathing, because that'd be bad. If this is nice and lukewarm, I feel like the dupes are going to want to go inside to hang out. My dupes be weird like that. Alright, so now we take these, put it here. That doesn't really matter too much. We could sweep that later. I just want to make sure they don't go inside to breathe, and then we can lock the door, and then they don't have to get stuck inside anymore. Oni teacher. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. 95.55. We are in. Spawn is good. Everything is great. Door is locked. Spawn is online, boys. It is in. The spawn is online. Let's go. Polluted water is polluted. It's really warm inside, and we're pulling out that warm oxygen at a nice 20 degrees. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Still looping the petroleum, and it's working pretty well. Oh, look at that. It's solid crude. It's melting at some point. It's gonna melt and then re-solidify once it hits the ground, I think. Oh, and this is filled. Okay, I probably have to do something with that, but I don't think it matters too much yet. We have the spawn online. We're good. All right, so now it fills up. You can see that it's gonna back up occasionally, or maybe it doesn't. It goes in, it goes out. This never actually maxes. I mean, if we're able to consume the water, I can't be mad. Oh, it's this one. The buffer tank is filling up. Can't be mad. All right, so I want to get that in so that mercury doesn't melt. Little bit of oxygen issue up there, but we should be good. Now we're just going to be emptying out the reservoirs right there. We're going to relocate the pipe build eventually, but for now, we're not going to do that. All right, so spawn is up. We're able to start moving the ice out to the other side. And then they're able to start moving that as well. So we're going to be doing a lot of digging, moving out a lot of items. I think we do a weird design here. That makes a lot of sense if I think about it. The logic is simple. We are effectively going to be bussing in a lot of cold items. I should make it so that we have a conveyor belt, right? This immediately combines into a thermal check on the rail. Anything warm, we allow inside. Everything cold, we dump outside. That should be like a weird logic we should try to set up here. All right, so we are trying to insulate and warm up the bottom. It does seem like it's like far from it though. So we should be getting close. All right, so this is good. Remove that. New criticals. We take the preserves. Okay, so we're gonna be digging, and then we're gonna need a new layer. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll probably want it like this. We'll be able to stand on top of the ladder on top. And then this is going to be our suit entrance to go in and out. Yeah. We will need to have a liquid lock somewhere. So this is 20. Huh. Wait, where is it? Here. Ooh. That tile. And then we could do... Ah, that works. We do liquid lock here, right in front of the tiles right there. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. That works out pretty well. Let's go. All right, we're going to want to crack this open sometime soon as well. This is going to be a nice heat source to warm up the map too. Okay, this is still at 15 degrees. I'm really not worried about this yet. It's still pretty cold in here. That's nice color though. So what's generating all the CO2? Oh, it's this building. That's right. We're not doing any more of the oil pumping, which is fine. We allow everything to warm up together. This is all within range. And we can start pulling this out. We probably don't need to pull this out yet until we do the other levels. Okay, so the thing we're gonna need is oxygen line, and we're gonna start digging through a lot of the area here. So I think what the smart move is gonna be is we just run this across the top. Right? Very temporarily, we're just gonna use a sandstone setup. And then it does make a lot of sense to have a ladder here. Go up, bioscan, and then dig these tiles. Oh, we don't even need that. Yeah. Because we're going to need to go up this way instead. That's probably fine. But we're going to have this oxygen be a line dedicated to go back to the delivery right there. That's going to be why not have a little tunnel right here concept. That, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Have 2 ways up and down. And then just go up, get the items, do a small little tunnel shaft. Right? Have that separated. We have a cold biome isolated in the middle. Kind of mean, but at the same time, I guess it does work. And then I don't have to go all the way around. Maybe I should go around. Either way, we got to build this out first. And then we got to start getting oxygen to the first base. You know what? I'm thinking about this. I think we should go around. I want to not break into the natural biome as much as I can. Yeah, we don't need to do that yet. Yeah, so we're able to go around and on top to start building everything else in between, so we should be okay. This is no longer needed. The wheel, the deodorizer, it's cleaning up a little bit of the polluted oxygen. It's taking its time, but it'll get there. There is no power in the area, so it's probably best for me to do something weird like this. Floating deodorizer, 2 levels. And then we just take the lead like that. This is temporary wire, so it's going to have it exposed. This is good. So we get rid of this now. Basically now is when we start cleaning up a lot of the polluted oxygen gas. Because it is everywhere. Let's do a setup for this, even if it's temporary. Wheel runners are us. We gotta do it. Okay. Still pumping, a lot of CO2. Why there's so much CO2 on this side is what I don't understand. Why there's CO2 on the left side, man? There's nothing generating CO2 over here. The dupe's sleeping, the dupe's eating, maybe? Maybe. Maybe that's exactly what it is. Alright, so pull this out. We'll need to do the dig. This is done now, so we get rid of the electrolyzer, the pipeline that's there. We don't need the pump. We don't need the gas line. We're keeping the gas res. And then right here, there we go. We're gonna bop this line. H2 is not there anymore, but it's not powering anything, so it's fine. That pump is gone. Autosave lag. This pump, that pump we don't need. We get rid of this as well. Vent line getting removed. Doing some cleanup. We are gonna move all the gas into the canister filler and just empty it. So I'm gonna cut that to reroute it this way. So we just empty out both lines and then it just dumps in here, reverse style. Hydrogen as power. We're not really gonna use it for anything though. The wheel right here too. Maybe that just powers the deodorizer. Let them build though. So oxygen's included, we're cleaning it up. I probably should do something with the pea water right there that's exposed. I guess another thing too is bottles of pea water needs to be drained out, which is going to be this line. Makes sense. Got some bottles right there. Okay, get that insulated. Clean up the automation, switch, signals, power line. And then, because of how this works, there's a lot of load on that. I do want to get a deodorizer set up here, man. It's a lot of polluted oxygen. We gotta start doing this. A lot of polluted oxygen everywhere. We just gotta clean up. So here. I probably dig out a small little space right here. Because I want to open this up, but I don't want the polluted oxygen going everywhere. So we got to clean this up a little bit. I like the stage of the game right now where you start cleaning the air, sweeping the base. Yeah, man. We got to start. We're already moving out a lot of the ice to the first planet. That's going to clean up a lot of the cold energy that's politically incorrect. But, you know, start. Eventually, we'll start sweeping up the non-liquefiables. Alright, this got done. Nice. A lot of stuff right here we got to move to. Alright, so we know it's going to be here. I guess this didn't need to be built. Yeah. So 3, we could do that. And then I guess we could seal this up on this side. Given how it works, I should probably go in and dig this out. I should probably have that there. And then when I remove this, it's going to be big impact. Lots of CO2 right here, though. Don't know if that's a good thing. The Alveo Vera is consuming all that, though. I want to say that's good times. Gas right there. We could pump up at any time. We should probably try to clean this up. How much impact to the pea water do we have from the radiation from satellite? It cleans it completely. So if I click on this bottle of pea water, there is no germs. There's no germs. The radiation purifies the germs. So the water, even though inside of the reservoir, it's food poisoning, the far left one that's in the radiation has no food poisoning. It basically zaps all radiation germs. The rightmost has a lot. The second to rightmost has a lot. But the one here, it's not as much. It's about half the amount of germs. Because these two are barely getting radiation. This one has more, but this one has the most. But yeah, it does bop the germs. We are not using the satellite right now to actively do it. We don't care about the germs. We have germs here, it's fine. I'm not really worried about it. It just happens to, you know, the satellite was there, so we we wanted to just have water from here to here because everything else above that was too cold to have polluted water. So that just happened to line up. That was not part of the plan. And you know what? We'll take it. Sometimes, man, you just gotta take it, man. We'll take that. I know germs is not what you're supposed to create, but it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, you try to clean it. That's a good thing if you do try to clean it. Germs are no bueno, technically. All right, so we're gonna be moving base to underground soon. And then a bunch of CO2 over here. We should start a new ladder shaft somewhere and have that be like proper oxygen spot. I should wait until I get the oxygen from this side. So that means I need to create space here probably. Okay. So what makes the most sense then is to probably run... Yeah, this probably makes the most sense. Let's put a ladder system here. And then let's put farm tiles right here. And then what we'll do is we'll dig this across. Maybe we save George. We'll probably have the good food he likes. He's all about that good food, right? George is what we call a glutton. Let's go with that. They have their jobs to do, so they're fine. This is still a vacuum. This is gonna be pea water. Should be good. That way the bottled up stuff stops off gassing. So we're releasing oxygen from here. We just need to distribute it is basically all we gotta do at this point. Gas vent there, gas vent there. Gas vent here. Have this line travel this way. And then we don't need this line there. And then that means we don't need this line there. We might need that line. And we instead go up this way. And then we don't need to have that pipeline exposed. Then we have this one go in from the bottom here instead. That kind of works. This isn't a bad spot though. Light bugs are so useful to go into the swamp biome. They're radioactive and spaced out, take out the germs, but not in the base game. Yeah. If you get the shine bugs, they emit radiation and it's really nice. They are so good as natural germ cleaners. 100%, man. They really are nature's germ cleaners. They do a good job doing what they do. Alright, so we will start the O2 line. And we will run it just straight up through the area. It's gonna be so gross, but we gotta do what we gotta do. We gotta do what we gotta do. Okay, so we should be free to open this part up, so we will. Building melted. Oh, my dumbass made that out of mercury. God damn it. Every time. How many things in this game did I make out of mercury? Accidentally. Wolframite. That's not mercury. It's not mercury. Steel aqua tuner. Copper. Copper. I should be safe, man. Dude, mercury was the ultimate trap, dude. When they came out with Frosty Planet Pack, you know they were chuckling. Ha! We're gonna get them with this mercury. A lot of people... And then that's when they came out with the melted building notification. Hey, this building melted. You might want to look at this. That stuff is the classic, man. All right, we're making pea water. Nice. Grub fruit. We need that on this planet. This is gonna feed the baby Sweetles once we can. Still moving out the ice. It's taking them a little bit of time, but it's fine. Mercury, yeah. So when Frosty Planet Pack came out, and that's where this planet comes from, they released a new element called Mercury. Amongst other things like Cinnabar ore and whatnot. But for the most part, it's a new element. Like Mercury is in real life, it's liquid at room temperature. So it's a low melting point metal. Not gonna lie, Mercury kind of sucks. Because you would get it as like a random metal you could use to build, and then it's like it melts really easily. So it becomes this thing where it's like, okay, this kind of sucks. We got by the Mercuries. We will probably want the tile there. Never occurred to me people would try to build with it. Accidentally. Sometimes when you're building something, it'll just take the leftmost metal. And Mercury's in the beginning. Yeah. Not until I got refined copper that actually stopped. Wow, we're running out of petroleum. It's melting though. But we are running out of petroleum. Alright, so that means we gotta start pumping again. Which is fine. We're not using the power up top anymore, so we just go back to the oil refinery. Alright. Pump it into infinite storage. Good stuff. Pea water needs to bump this up. Pipelines are coming in. Oxygen at some point. Okay. That's snow. What the heck? Okay, let's mine that out. They will never do that, Dennis. Because I said so. No complex alloys, man. Not like this. Okay, so this is gonna be canister filler. We gotta deal with the gases here, right? That should be fine. We'll open this up and make a radiation radbolt farmer so that we get the science. I want to get oxygen back to the first base. It's going to be the plan for right now. Alright, so ideally, that's the line. I am going to put a tile right there. And then there's part of this that we can't reach. So we'll just have to put the ladders there. Alright, back over to here. Not bad. Okay, so tile. And then I want ladder here. And then tile here. And then I would want to dig that and put a tile on top of that. So no one's going to get stuck this way. Dupes. That's between me and the dupes, man. Vladimir over here is trying to look up some of the trade secrets. I told him not to put mustard on the hot dog before they cook it. You gotta put it after. And you know what? They keep putting mustard on the hot dog. And then they're like, oh, I was watching this YouTube video and they put mustard on the hot dog before they put it on the grill. And I was like, no, man, that's a grill, but they're smoking it. It's different. And you know, the dupes don't know the difference. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. These dupes, man. These dupes. All right, we gotta wait for them to build and dig, which is fine. A lot of temporary setups because we just want to get a lot of things started. Water is still going. O2 is at 250 kgs. Oh, 30 degrees. Getting warm. Gonna turn on the AQs finally. Keep it at a nice 24. Alright, so we are using the weirdest design that you guys probably have never seen. If you guys have seen this, you guys know exactly what we're doing. But this is the ethanol cooling system. You might be wondering what's gonna happen. Doesn't this just eventually overheat? No. So what happens is we are gonna be using ethanol inside the radiator box. And this heats up while cooling the liquid. What we do is we take that same liquid and we run it through a heat sink right here. This is going to always be the coldest part of the box because it connects to the aqua tuner immediately after it chills. So that means it's always going to be coldest here to cool down this box first as priority. What ends up happening is that we added in a liquid to buffer. So that means it takes a lot of ethanol in order for us to have the box heat up. So since the room is in a vacuum and there's no gas inside, there's no contact here. So there's no heat transfer between the top half and the bottom half. Now, eventually, the ethanol is going to boil. That happens at 78 degrees, which is way below the overheat temperature of the aqua tuner. You probably make this out of anything that's not lead. I don't even think we use lead for this. Anyways, so once the ethanol gets hot and it becomes gas, it's going to naturally move up because the liquid is going to be at the bottom. What ends up happening is that once the ethanol gets into these 6 tiles, it's going to get immediately chilled back to 26 degrees. And ethanol will re-liquefy from gas to ethanol liquid. And it's not going to solidify until it's minus 114. So this is basically going to make it so that once the ethanol becomes gas, it becomes liquid again. Now you might be wondering, isn't that best net zero? So doesn't that mean eventually over hundreds of cycles, this is going to break? We're taking advantage of a weird thing that happens in this game. Ethanol has a specific heat capacity of 2.46. This number is how much energy you need in raw energy. And what you could do is effectively heat it up. And then the gas, gas is at 2.14, right? So what ends up happening is that it's easier to cool down the ethanol gas than it is the liquid because of the stat change. That stat change is how we're going to be dealing with the heat that we generate. It's going to incrementally just keep the aqua tuner from going above a certain amount. Now, of course, like a lot of the builds in Oni, it's basically a sweet spot that we're balancing. It's much like when you have a steam turbine and you use the output liquid that the steam turbine outputs and you cool itself, right? So you could do that up until you get over a certain temperature point, in which case that breaks out of balance. So that's basically what we're doing. You've seen this before. Yeah, it's an old build. I would say that I only built it because it's something that it's not common, right? That's the only reason why I wanted to build it. Show the people that have never seen it before how it works, how simple the design is, right? So we have a temp shift plate here, so that means all of this is in the temp shift plate, and then we have a temp shift plate at the bottom, so all of that. Just some key points, making sure the temp shift plate isn't touching the aqua tuner, and making sure that there's no direct contact here because it's not going to work that way. And then the fact that you need a vacuum. But yeah, for the most part, really nice, really easy. It's good stuff. Old design. I think this came out back in base game before Spaced Out. It's just that you never really have ethanol on hand just for fun. Because a lot of times on the planets that you do have ethanol, you just burn it off on the petroleum gen. right? And then it's like, okay, that's the power you have in the beginning. And then afterwards, you're not going to be given trees. No one wants to make ethanol from the distiller. And it's like, that kind of sucks. But for the most part, that's how that works. And it's because we have ethanol on the Ceres planet. I was like, okay, we got pools of ethanol. I should try to use it. Only reason why we built it. Just wanted to showcase the design, and we happen to have it on hand. It's a half limit, an exploit. No, I mean, is that an exploit? We're just taking advantage of the numbers, of the maths, doing the number stuff. Nuclear waste is even more effective, but it's a bit harder to make and deal with. Yeah. Nuclear waste is number 2 liquid in the game. It's really good. It's a really, really good liquid. Alright, so this one is still not really active yet, but I want to say it's fine. Dude, this area is cleaned up, more or less. Now we just got to keep moving out the odorizers. Yeah, this is cleaned up. This is getting pretty clean. We'll put one there just to help out. Mop up the mercury. We are looking really nice. Okay, so this is no longer needed. Let's clean this up. Automation is gone. Heavy watt's gone. Transformer here is gone. Smart battery, hydrogen gen, get rid of all that. That works out. Okay. Oxygen over here. I will likely want to take this line all the way through. Take that as a line to go into the bottom. So we did here. And I think we will just do simple design. Vent right there. Then we'll move that one next after we get this abyssalite ready. We're gonna have the bobsleigh grain, but that should be okay. Get this done. Probably dig out one tile. We could always go around too, so it's not really a big deal. I guess the odorizer over here would make a lot of sense too. I would want it where the bottom end here is. Maybe I should move that over to the right side. And then move the pipe there. Yeah, nice. Dupes got their jobs, water's coming in, ethanol is good. We're gonna get some deodorizers around, and then we're gonna be distributing a little bit of oxygen. Ooh. Some of the mercury solidifying right there. Oh no, bro. The water's getting hot. We're gonna need more power over here. It shouldn't be too bad. We could realistically just get power from the bottom, and it should be fine. Maybe I should redo how the power setup works. That way we can have a little bit more control over the CO2 gas that we're generating. That makes a lot of sense. We are gonna stop the natty gas from being consumed. CO2, yeah. Even though we're trying to deal with the stuff over here, we should probably think about the power setup. I wouldn't mind dealing with the power right now. Okay, so... sandstone. Because of how this layout works out, it feels like I should either have the power like over here. End right here, maybe. And we want to reline it up. That makes a lot of sense that we would. It would make a lot of sense that we would want to reline this up. The big thing with this would probably be... yeah, I can't dig through that. We'll have to probably wait for that. So let's do these two. Can't reach that, so... can't reach that. So we dig all that out. So we're gonna basically trim this down all the way. And then we're gonna move some power generators inside. We could still probably keep the meta refinery there in that weird setup that we have. It's just moving the gens. It's gonna be the big thing. We're no longer gonna worry about the natty gas. We'll keep that though. Natty gas gens we're gonna bot. Okay, get that all set up. Back to the first planet. This is ready. Let's move a bunch of this stuff to here. And now that this is ready, we just do this setup. So the ethanol here just spills it. We could get rid of the storage bin. Finally, Blood Moon for real, day 57. Is that 7 days to die? I'm over here wondering what a blood moon is. I guess we should put the tile right there as well. It is. I see you over there. Okay, let's cap this. CO2 is spilling in. Alright, so I mean, I really shouldn't plant any more alveoveros down here. I wanted to put it down here just so that we have a way of consuming the CO2. But I'm thinking about this now. I feel like we should just have like a weird ladder shaft and just have like a pump at the bottom. That solves a lot more problems, I feel like. So let's get rid of this. Just put regular tiles. That's when the Zeds know to go after my juicy behind. Yo, man. Watch out. Gotta watch out, fam. Watch out, watch out. Okay, we go through that. We can seal that up. I probably want to build a tile here so the debris gets pushed up. And then this, there's nothing we could really do with this. At the same time, though, we could go down this way now, which means we could try to open this up and spill the ethanol to the left. Yeah, so what we want to do is just mop this up, dig that out. They could now climb down the climb up, and then we just got to add 2 tiles in. We have the ethanol liquid lock, can't be mad. Nice. Okay, so now we want to bop that tile here. And then we want to dig this. And yeah, we'll dig it like that. So we're going to do something known as a double lock, so that the outside temperature and the inside temperature doesn't ever mix, not even through the lock itself. That way, we're always going to be good. Okay, we don't need these ladders anymore. And then spacing wise, 4 tiles, and then we could do 4 tiles here, here, right? So ladder is technically here, and then 4 tiles here, 4 tiles here. All right, so that's just spacing for my own kind of measuring. Sea cone, sure. Take that on the second planet. About alloys, it's funny. Remember, you need to dig gold amalgam, which is gold dissolved in mercury, to get the gold IRL. You have to heat it to evaporate the mercury. Maybe a new process of the game. Who knows? Don't say that, man. Too many steps. That's like playing Satisfactory with the hard mode mod. They make the satisfactory recipes true to life. So it's like when you mine iron ore, you have like debris mixed in, you have to separate it, and then you have to make iron powder, and then from iron powder you're able to make iron ingots, and then you refine that into alloys. They make like stupid long steps. Oh my god. So that's hard mode satisfactory. Someone modded into the game that made it pretty much like if you wanted, you could do all that. And it's so complicated. Now, of course, I haven't played it before. That's something we'll do one of these days. Community. So, you know, you guys could come suffer with me. Hoping for the community for that. But yeah, that is something we'll do eventually. The modded hard mode satisfactory stuff. We will also need to pump in here. Pump in here, pump in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Technically, we get rid of this now. And then we could dig. The most funny thing in this game is how they screwed up uranium. They messed it up by one side. What about oil? They literally made it so that oil is the heaviest liquid in the game, instead of being the lightest. Spill it in, boys. Spill it in. Oil too? Everybody forgets about oil. Oh man, we have to wait for that to get pumped up. I have a lot of ideas to make Oni evolving. Oh no, bro. Dennis is coming in with the way too dank ideas. Way too dank. Way too dank. Then ladder right there. This is not a bad ladder spot. I'm not gonna lie. Right here. I'll take it, man. And then we do that setup. 4, 4, 4. Yeah. And then we will take over this pump, pumping up the bad stuff. So we'll likely want this to be dug out. Makes a lot of sense. Can you spell for me? Hell no. Hell no. You guys don't know this, but I am a 5-time spelling bee champion. And spelling stuff, yo man, bad times. I don't want to go back to those days. We got the induced trauma. The late nights. I'm just kidding, man. I made that up. No way I'm a spelling bee champion, man. That's insane. Spelling bee? That's insane, dude. I was gonna make up some story like, oh yeah, my parents used to say no soup for you if I don't know how to spell transcendentalism, and I was like, dude, that's a big word. And then like, you gotta learn today, and I was like, oh shit. I was middle school learning about high school themes. Wait, was that in middle school as well? Anyways, they don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. This mercury keeps freaking melting, solidifying. Alright, so I do want to dig that. I guess I want to remove this tile, that tile. And then we should be good. Alright, the digs got done, slightly. I do want to do this dig so that we can just sweep the items off the ledge. And then get started on this side. Still pumping, that's good. It's good that we still pump it over here. Alright, so we're ready to ship oxygen back home. That's a good thing. That is a great thing. Ooh, nice. Oxygen's looking somewhat okay. I need to clean this up. That's gonna be such pain. Oh, there's sand on the office plant. That's rude. And I need to clean this up right here. That's gonna be fun. Random needing. Oh, look at that. Ethanol rain. So if this works properly, you should never see gas on the top two right here. And this is ethanol rain. It's called ethanol rain because it looks like it's raining. Good times, good times. So we just don't have enough power. We're gonna get some more power right now, eventually. We need to get the items moved out. We could dig all that out probably. Get rid of all that stuff. We need to think about how we actually want to move the petroleum gen. We need to start dumping out the gas from here as well. But yeah, this effectively works. The only problem is the fact that I don't have enough power to keep it running. This is warming up ever so slowly. Still got the vacuum lock, so it's not that bad. So maybe getting that petroleum would be kind of nice right now. Looks like the smelting is done looping. We have a lot of fuel waiting to go inside, and none of it's waiting to be cooled anymore. Oh, there's no intake. That's so stupid. Guys, no gas is moving. The game is not paused. And you see this? It's never going to release until I put a blueprint priority 1. This game is so weird. Because there's no blueprint there, the gas can't come out. Cancel the blueprint. It stops releasing. God damn, dude, this game. I hate this game sometimes. Why'd it be jank like that, man? In France, I started to read and write a story about a boy and a squirrel in French. Is that like a meme in French that I'm not understanding? I could see that happening. I feel like French is one of the hardest languages to understand jokes that are translated from, because very often it's like a play on words that's only going to be in French. I mean, every language has those jokes, but I feel like I have never heard a joke that was a French joke that translated well. But then it's like everyone who knows French gets it. And I feel like I'm left out, man. Don't know about the strats, so to speak. All right, so the oil processing, it has to be what it has to be. We have natty gas. We're gonna get some from the second planet, our first planet as well. I need to generate some form of power so that we could isolate where the polluted oxygen and the CO2 is coming from. That's basically all we kind of want to do. Shouldn't be too bad, right? So here. I guess we keep this. These are weird sized rooms though. 24. You know what? That makes a lot more sense. Bop this, bop that, mop it up. And what we might want to be doing is extend the platform out a little bit further and have the ladder shaft on the edge. I don't think that's a bad idea. I kind of like that. And then we could move it out even further and start using some of these rooms for ranching because it's long enough. And then we kind of ranch on the side. That's not that bad. It's the same. I believe that. I would imagine learning numbers in French automatically means you learn math. That's one of the things I hear from people. In order to know numbers, you got to know how to do math. What? Because we say 83 is 4 times 20 plus 4. So learning how to count is kind of difficult, man. Yeah, it is. Like, no memes, dude. It'd be like that, man. It'd be kind of difficult. You don't think be like it is, but it do? Okay, a lot of the stuff off the edge looks fine. I might want to dig this out, though, so that we get the stuff off of this ledge. And then we'll be safe. Okay. So very likely, we kind of want something like this. Probably stop right here. And then probably dig this out. No worries, man. I know language barrier is a thing. I have great joke in Russian, but when I tell it in English, one doesn't laugh, so I try not to joke too much. I apologize for that. It happens, man. For the most part, things get lost in translation, man. It happens, it happens. It's only really a problem if you're like wanting the people to laugh. That's the only time when it's a problem. It's like, dude, I told a joke. Laugh, you motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like you a stand-up or something. And the crowd's like not having it. Like, nah, that joke sucked. Everyone's shaking their head. That's the only time it ever becomes really like a problem, I think. Like if you hit and miss, it happens. You know? Sometimes I'll say a joke and no one in chat responds. And I'm just kind of like, that was a bad joke. God damn. And I'm just kind of like, you know what, man? I don't know if I'll try that again. Anyways. You know, it happens. Door 25. That's really nice. Go out to here. 25 door. Lit. And that lines up with this. Oh, that's really good. That's really good. That's a ranch setup. Y'all know ranch? It's a creamy dressing. Yo, man. They have blue cheese. But you know what? I'm about that ranch life. That ranch life, baby. Ranch is good. I'm a fan of the ranch. Alright, so it looks like we're going to have our ladders in the back. Because once we have our setup here, we're going to have a door. We're going to want 25 tiles to potentially ranch, whether it's a hatch or something. We're going to have it over the side. And then we're going to have another door right here. And then we'll have a lip and then our ladders on the side. So that's going to be the plan. And then we might have fireball right there. So we're going to replace this ladder. We could bop most of these. Actually, we bop all of them. Start pushing out the area over there. Should be pretty good. Okay, get that to go over to here. This lines up like this. I probably take this as a main ladder way. It makes a lot of sense. So we're probably just gonna have this come down, go like this. No, it's not. We need 3. Realistically, though, we're just gonna use the petroleum gen and power it. I just have to relocate a couple of the levels. Because now that we have a spawn here, one of the things I wanted to do was re-level the area. Because I didn't align anything. I kind of just built it where it was. But my OCD is getting the best of me, so I'm relaying out the base. Like, this is not aligned, this is not aligned, and then this is not aligned. Everything's off by 1 or 2. So we're taking this middle area as proper height and setting up the base so that we know where everything should be. At least that's going to be the plan. I'm pretty sure getting a... I am. But the argument is I need this hydrogen to pump out the oxygen later. Because it's like, you know what? This is about 10%. That's about the ratio of which you have oxygen and CO2. I mean, H2. But you are right. I should actually have excess. I really should. Alright, so this is done. Mop this up. Get this done. So this is almost ready. We're moving out ice and stuff still. This bottom area is still really cold. No plastic. Oh, we have to do plastic. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Guys, how do you get plastic in Frosty Planet Pack? You have to make nectar. Oh, God. I forgot about that completely. We have to grab the nectar from up top. We have to go in with the longest, like, pipeline shenanigans. Fun times, boys. I completely forgot we need nectar for plastic, and there's no other way to get it. So, we need something called nectar. Nectar becomes plastic. Fun times. Oh, man. There's no Drecos, right? So, there's no plastic via Drecos. Pike apple bush. Oh, that's on the first planet. You know foreign language when you could joke about it. That's true. That is true. Once you're able to form jokes, that's beyond sentence structure. That means you got mastery over the language. That is true, man. That is true. Now, this being warm, not a big deal. Not until it goes over 75 degrees, in which case I might start worrying. But I do need to get some power here now. Now that... Okay, I guess we're powering the rock crusher on this side. We technically don't need this. Alright, let's get rid of the wheel here, because we don't need that. Battery, jumbo battery. Then we just have this. Okay, so I could just do this. Right? And it should work. The load on this is about, yeah, 965. The bottom one does the bottom pumps, and we're good. So now this one is by itself. Okay, so that means we could run this wire up and do the weirdest design. We do a transformer here. And then we do this setup. That looks so weird. Should be good. All right, mopped up and ready. Put that in. We could dig this all out. We could deconstruct all this. We could build this tile. And then we really just have to seal this up. And then they're forced to go through this middle area. That should be good though. And then this will pump out all the gas in here. So it's going to be nicely separated. That's really the big thing right now. Just sweeping all the items. Okay, remove the ladders, seal that up. No suits yet, but we should be fine. Now the CO2 up top is going to stay there. This connected, nice. And then we are going to want gas pump at the bottom. Dig that, remove the pump. Power line might be relocated. It makes a lot of sense that we would. And technically, I want to cut this, cut that. I want to empty out this reservoir so we could remove it. And then have this pipeline be in there. Run that. Run that. Cool. Oxygen has gotten chilled, right? Yeah, minus 38. So it's going to be cold. More or less. It's going to be chilled as it goes through my base right now anyways. So I'm thinking... Yeah, we just gotta make a new shaft. Y'all know Shaft? He's a bad mother, shut your mouth. Dig through this part's probably kind of nice. Yeah, big CO2. If we could get past that, would be in amazing shape. I want to start pumping up the bad gas. I want to also put oxygen somewhere. I just feel like I really shouldn't yet, because I still want to move out a lot of the cold items. So we cancel everything. Let's move everything here to the outside. This is still eating up CO2. We have a lot of stuff. I just want to move outside of the base. Alright, so we have a ladder this way, ladder this way. So I want to get rid of these. Have this just be kind of open. And then we're going to start shaping up the base over here. Okay. Lot of water. Looking great. Deodorizer. Mercury. All is well so far. Ooh, this is done. The bottles are gone, so we no longer have polluted water sources. Let's go. Get rid of the pipes here. That's kind of nice. The polluted oxygen is more or less gone. We're gonna do weird strat. I'm gonna place a tile here. And then I'm going to try to delete the polluted oxygen inside. Over here, we have to clean this up. That's probably actually these tiles. Let's get a demolish on the light fixture. Mr. Zandrov can break it down. Let's go. Okay, so this pump doesn't really mean too much. We're still composting. I might want to stop setting P-dirt from the side and have them compost themselves down here, because it's a way to warm up the map technically. All right, we got our vacuum, so the heat from the bottom and the top is gonna be separated now. It's kind of nice. We could do this. The pumpage is almost ready. So sweeping, doing their jobs. I might want to take a dupe on this side just to do a lot of the hauling. Sulfur is nice and warm though. 36 tons of 90 degrees. Sounds like fun times. Okay, so a lot of polluted oxygen. How do we want to make the power zone here? So we know that this is going to be a ladder that goes down, more or less, all the way. Dude, yeah, it's a lot of sulfur. One of the reasons why is that later on when we branch the Sweetles, we're never going to have, like, no sulfur. We're always going to have enough. Heats up the map. We get to harvest resources this way. It's a win-win. It's a nice little win-win. Oh. We stopped getting delivery, so we could remove this res now. Nice. Which means we put a ladder there. That's actually kind of big. Almost. Pick up construction if we can. So he's not stuck. He should be fine. He's got to sweep the stuff, build the stuff out. That's all we got to do right now. And then we're going to start converting this bottom area to a more livable temperature. The smokers should be able to provide enough CO2 for the alveolara. Eventually, we'll just have them eat tempered oxygen that we bring from the other planet. It should be fine. We might want to make the temper machine on the first planet. Like, we just give them warm oxygen and then they temper it themselves to release to the overworld. That wouldn't be a bad idea. That way we don't have to build a build on this side. Which means we're pretty much set here. Oop, we never connected this. Okay, so just go there. So this is 1,000 watts constant. And we just need the dupes to run the wheel. We'll eventually chill this down. How do I want to do this? Just so that we could power this deodorizer in this weird pocket. Okay, we can trim this. And we're moving this guy down. So we want to be digging. We'll do the max height digging. You're still working on the ladder, that's good. And we need to find a new location for the petroleum gen. It already has a little bit of power, so it's going to be in a better shape. We still need at least one dupe to run the wheel here. Because it's using 1,200 and we're only adding in 1,000 constantly. This is almost done. Alright, we want that done first. Now we can dig out the abyssalite. And then we can just pump the CO2 and bad gas out. And then we can just dig this to open it up a little bit better. It's gonna be sweet. And then afterwards, we add in oxygen ourselves. Digging this out wouldn't be bad. We want this to be the lowest part, so we kind of want to open this up slightly. That's doing too much though. I probably am better off just having them work on what they need to right now, and then start releasing the oxygen this way and be okay. Since the ladder is ready, we should start trimming that. They're supplying, they're building. A lot of stuff to sweep still. We're so close though. Oh no, bro. Ice melting. The classic. We're setting back all the ice, so we should be good. Mercury keeps liquefying though. Classic Mercury shenanigans. Sweetos are chilling. That's a good sign. Okay, another trim. Working on the ladder. Dude, this entire left and right filled with polluted oxygen. We just gotta keep pumping. Never gets mopped. Dude, if we mop it, it flash solidifies like this. Wait, no. Mercury refined metal. And then it immediately, someone breathes out warm CO2 and it melts again, dude. Every time. This is not like Mercury from Sailor Moon. This is not the good kind, man. This is the bad stuff. Alright, so this works. We get that. We kind of have to keep the petroleum there. We have to bop this. We'll dig this out as well. Okay, so I'm thinking about it. We probably want the setup a little bit more revolved around where the oil wells are. Because if we're going to be refining oil well into petroleum, I should have that, like, the two rooms touching, so the transfer of heat from one room to the other could be isolated. That, I feel like, makes sense. That's honestly just me, though. So, here, 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 here. 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. Okay, that means this goes out to here. Oil well on top, right? Tiles. Wow, you could build it all like that. That's so jank. So that lines up. Kind of mad that lines up, but you know what? I'll take it. If you allow me to place an oil well here, I can't be mad. Take the rust. No one here is a mover. Feels bad. Okay, so that's probably gonna be how we get our oil. And then we know that that's going to be this room. It's going to be at the bottom of the map. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's probably going to be how that works. So we probably have oil well here, but we have it in a closed environment, so all three could be in the same area on a single pump. Pump that up, all spills out into a room. It would make just so much sense just to have it. This is a 9. Cold slush. Oh, I have water here. It's just waiting to be filtered. Okay. Yeah, okay. So what we probably do is we keep that idea. So there's going to be a wall here. This room could be where we do the oil well room, maybe. And then have that be how we get inside. Because this lines up with the ladder. That's really good. So the logic is we refine the oil here with the refineries. That's going to make natty gas, and this is going to release natty gas, so it's win-win. Have that all pump out together. And then we put the generators on top. I think that can work out that way. So we want the petroleum gens here. We stop the meta refinery. The power right now is really just AQ. Oh no, bro. Alright, we ran the wheel. There's a lot of battery power here. Looks like it's taking some time to cool down the spawn. All good though. We don't really mind it. As we pump it out, it's warm, but then, you know, it cools down really fast. That's all good, all good. So that means this space is where I need to really, like, take care of it. Cool. So we do that. This is empty. All the gases are gone. Get rid of this. Get rid of the top line. Alright, we're gonna remove this now. We could start sweeping off the ledges, but I don't think we need to. And then we are gonna remove this setup. We gotta wait though. Back to here. Oh, we're in. Too much good stuff that's actually happening. Alright, so let's dig this down. Let's dig this through. Let's dig this through. So now we're at a position where we realistically need to start adding in oxygen. So we'll do it like that. And then, because of where we have it, we probably do it like this. And then, go underneath everything? No, go above everything. Cut this line. Have it go through. Release right here. Bridge is in. What is activity per cycle on the aqua tuner? I guess temperature got stabilized. It's still pretty high, yeah, 99. It's active, it's just taking some time. 44. It's gonna stabilize eventually, though. I thought it was lower. It's hard to see it, but yeah. For sure, no worries. We're over here struggling, though. Real talk. Okay, construction. We want to build this out. Kitty cat, mamba, I hear you, baby. I know, I know. Oh, no. Okay, we didn't drag a dig across the map. Alright, so CO2 is going to be down here. We're pumping it out to re-release out to here. Win-win for everybody. We're going to start opening up parts of the map so we have a better walking scheme for ourselves. We do want to go up with the ladder. And then we know that we have to trim out this layer eventually. I hear you, Mamba. Mama's mad that I'm still streaming. The little Mambas. You do not be the happies. Alright, more sweepage. More sweepage. We just gotta sweep out a lot of the items because they're all cold. They've fallen down from the top. We're gonna be trimming and sweeping all this stuff right now, just so that we could start warming up the area a little bit better. Back onto this side. Okay, so we know that this is gonna be where the power plant's gonna want to be. So we're gonna try to get that started. Shouldn't be too bad. $45. 37, 38. 41. 23. It's getting cooler. It's just taking some time. This is all diggable now. Once this oxygen starts moving out to the other base, it's going to be kind of nice. It's almost there. It's almost there. This is going to take a long time to sweep, though, realistically. It's going to be a lot of jobs that these guys have to deal with. And then eventually we won't have to have our bedrooms outside. We wouldn't need heaters anymore either. Maybe we still keep the heaters, because we still have to warm up this area, right? Alright, I will want that there to reach some of the stuff right there. Okay, got that out. We're going to be trimming out this top section. They're doing the sweeps, though. It's looking good. It's connected. Oxygen is now included in the lower half. Nice. Alright, so we don't need to have the sconces anymore. We are just going to be good in this area. O2 now included. I'm in. CO2 pumpage on the outside. Good stuff, good stuff. I was gonna say, Were we not cooking at the smoker? Everything's working out. Ooh, okay. We could delete that polluted oxygen. Not bad. Some stuff right here that we should probably try to deal with. Polluted oxygen right here. Fun times. Did everyone get improved carrying? Maybe not some of the new dupes. 13 out of 17. Looks like there's 4 people without. Layra. Travado. Nails. There's one more person. Ooh, Bert. I see you, buddy. Alright, we got him, boys. No researchers assigned. Okay, cool. Alright, get rid of these. We can start insulating this new zone. So we're going to be making a power gen area for the petroleum. Petroleum is 4 tall. Oh, I know what I have to do. Okay, this is gonna be weird. Alright, so we have set up like this, 2 floors. I want to have liquid lock inside, right? So it looks like that. And then the thing is that I want to put generators inside. We're probably gonna have natty gas, and then we're gonna want petroleum. Now the problem is that the petroleum is 4 tall. Yeah, this works out. Nice. So that means I have to push up on the natty gas layer, so that the petroleum layer underneath has space. And we still have mesh tiles here. That's not bad. I like that. Now, we don't really need the petroleum though on mesh. It's not really a big deal. Right? We could just have it sitting on insulate and just pump everything. Yeah, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I was thinking I needed that on mesh tiles. But we could realistically just have everything kind of where it needs to be. Yeah, I'm just overthinking it. 46, is this getting warmer? Dude, that's not good. Is this getting warmer? 39, 37, aw, snap. Are we not keeping up with the heat that's being added in? It does actually look like it's getting warmer. So the solution for this, if that happens, is to just stop the water from being added inside, so they stop making more oxygen. That's not good. Was this only supposed to support 4 and not the 5th one? Now the upside is that we could technically just double this up. No, probably shouldn't. The easiest solution might be just exposing the area to the outside environment, and that just cools everything down. I really shouldn't do that though. This is not good. I might have overextended slightly. let's just do that for a second. Give this a little bit of time to catch up. We could actually dig that from below. That works out. Okay, dupes are doing good. Still sweeping though. Pumpage is good. Oh, look at that. Gas is getting lowered. Such a good time. Okay, so we are gonna pop the power on this. And now that we have a ladder here, we're gonna pop this setup. We're gonna run gas element sensor. We're gonna go up to here. That way we could control this. Let's actually lower that by a single tile, so we're underneath the where the ladder should be. Good, good. We'll connect the water to connect back again. This did not keep up. Feels bad. That basically means it's absorbing too much heat outside of the system. That's basically what that means, right? Oh man, we have to run a second aqua tuner. We could run it in the space, but that means we have to power it, which is the thing that sucks. We would have to try to power that. What would the other solution be? Limiting the exposure of how much heat we absorb would be the other option, I guess. Okay, so that means this shouldn't be a problem, but we have to go in and replace some of these segments here with insulated tile. We have to limit the exposure, so to speak. I see you over there, Dennis. Wrestle res easy, dude. We'll see you next time. My man stayed up super late just to watch his streams. But yeah, I think that would be the solution. If we just insulate more of the pipes so that we're not doing as much heat exchange, I think we'll eventually balance out. We just need to balance out, which might take a while. Bye, Dennis. Have a good one. Still sweeping. We still gotta build this. That got dug out. Nice. It's looking good. Okay, so dig this layer. We'll be able to be underneath. Want to do that. Create space, let the CO2 fall, dig out the tiles that are pulled. Gotta do all that good stuff right now. I guess we could leave it like that. Relocate single tile though. Mercury, chilling, moving out the ice still. We'll eventually have to bop the Alveo Vera. Alright, this place is open now. So here, here, and then here. Because of the minerals, let's do sandstone. And I think while we do insulated edge, we do regular tiles actually, for the lip tile. I think on the inside, we just do mesh tiles. That I feel like makes the most sense. And then it looks like we don't need this wire anymore. It's because it's like, it's all gonna be 1p water drop anyway, so we're just gonna pump it up. And then we don't have to waste the minerals on the middle layer, because it's like, temperature is going to be about the same. It should be fine. Not too worried about that. Carbon dioxide. And then it's just a power thing. Nice. Oxygen's included. Looking good. Digging this out. Let's go. So we want to have a layer right here. So that's going to be the proper floor once we actually get this done. And that's going to be the entrance loop. Because we're going to have suits here. Going to go to the front. Yeah. Okay. Got some new insulated stuffs. I am considering replacing some of the insulated inside the top half. I am. We'll let this rock for a while, though. Outside of that, we're doing pretty good. Alright, new power room is going to be made. I probably won't actually have the top half made yet, but it should be fine. And we might even do a very simplified version where we don't actually try to box it in completely yet. I think we should. I guess the gen itself doesn't generate that much heat. Because it's only running sporadically, right? 10 seconds every 40 seconds, something like that. 10 seconds every 20 seconds. Because it's like, this is generating 2,000, that's consuming 1,200. So it's easily providing more than enough. It's doing all right, though. 35, 34, 37 up top. Alright, we just gotta let them build, let them do their thing. Ooh, some of the oil liquefied. Kinda nice. That means the heat transfer strat was working. And then now we really just need to start getting some water out of here. Oh, that's a lot of water, actually. If we do that, we can pitcher pump. And I feel like that could be really nice for us. Okay, trim that, trim this. Alright, so the spawn isn't running, but we should be fine. We have a lot of oxygen. The moment we run it again, we'll be okay as well. So it's not really that big of a deal. I just gotta remember to plug it back in. That's really the only thing. I gotta remember to plug it. Now, inside here will eventually get pretty hot. I don't think I want to run like a cooling loop inside, but I know eventually it's gonna get hot, so I think eventually we replace everything with steel. That's a big ask, though, to replace everything with steel. Maybe we do some sort of like heat transfer system. I guess if there's anything that needs to be heated up, we could just siphon it from this room. Pitcher pump. Still not able to mop, too much water. And then we'll be able to just move the pea water and put it in here. Right, got the bottle emptier right there. Ooh. Nice. A lot of polluted oxygens cleaned up. A lot of mercury, though, doing what mercury does best. Become a mess. It's getting there. We're gonna have to bop these lockers. Nasty, nasty mercury. It really do be like that sometimes. Okay, so I think we'll want the steel pump on this side. Might as well make it steel now. We will insulate this, and it's very likely, at least for now. See, the problem with having this here is that, when we pump out the pea water, I don't want it just sitting in the environment. I guess it's fine. And we just run some easy automation on this. And then from there, we'll have generators coming out. And then we'll just get a simple setup to get it started. So the big thing is we need to clear this area up. So we'll try to dig through right now. Dig through here, and then we need to move out all the pea water. $47.2. It's going down. It used to be 47.5. It just takes a while. It's taking a little bit of time. Alright, so we really just need to cut the water. And then we'll let the system run again. Should be fine. Once the water is done, it's going to stop producing, and this is going to be able to cool it down, and we still get oxygen that way. We have a buffer, so it's not that bad. It's really just helping out the bad gas, getting rid of this water. We do need this running, though. Let the water drain. We could. I really just want a pitcher pump. Auto bottle enabled. Pull it from there. Yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. We're able to start getting this dug out. How much water does this generate per cycle? 750 grams per second. So 7 kilograms per 10 seconds. Per 20 is 15. Per 200 is 150. Per 600 is 450. Wait, what? This is 450 kilograms per cycle? That's a lot of water, actually. Man, it's not messing around, man, on that water generation. That's actually a lot. Man, it is what it is. Alright, I think for the time being, we will just do a stopgap measure. It just makes sense that we would have the stopgap measure. We know we'll eventually probably want to pump too. And then just to get power in the base and relocate this so we could build everything else out, we'll have to do something like this. Smart battery back here. Made out of steel. I actually wouldn't want it. Oh, man. I actually probably would want it here. Feels bad. So, smart battery. 1, 2. It seems weird, 2 smart batteries. Y'all gotta trust it though. Trust the process. This one will just be iron for now. We don't have enough to give everything here steel access. So we do want this, that, and then we need to get power watt somehow, top and bottom. So it makes sense to have something like this. It could leak out a little bit of heat on the right side. I don't think I'm ever gonna be like sweating it. Oh no, bro. This is leaking out heat on the corners. And then we run the transformers here tentatively. We might actually just move it over to there somehow, but it's gonna be a little bit of a pain. So we'll see. Vacuum block. I was thinking about putting a vacuum block for the joint plate right here. We probably could. We probably could. But for now, we don't really need to. We could think about that later. I just want to move the power over so that we could have it and then not have this constantly get water added into. I just want to get the power working, at least for now. But yeah, vacuum lock joint plate system would be pretty good. And we're just pitcher pumping out the waters. Yay. Get those. Probably these two. Oxygen is included, man. Really nice down here. Top half is still doing the alveolar though. Alright, so that means these plants are gone. We're bopping this tile. Getting the ladders into here. Sweep these items out. Do these two. Do a trim on that layer. Let's go. Get these two done. Items aren't going to fall down into it. Get this dug out. Make that nice. We will eventually be able to move down into here and live down here full time. Wheeze Ward. I'll take that. Alright, so we need to get fueled in. Okay. A lot of stuff we have to relocate. That really is just a lot of water, though, that we have to move out. Alright, I have an idea. kind of a pain, though. They boppaged the powers. Oh, there's just no more fuel. Okay. We'll just funnel it in from the bottom. This is full. It's just going into the meta refinery before it actually gets used. So I guess we'll make a little bit of copper. Just so that we get petroleum in the system. Okay, so... we are just gonna pump up water inside now. From this line that we're just gonna take from here. And just pump into a res all the liquid that's here. That's gonna be the logic. Keep it simple. Because I need to just get rid of this water without mixing it with the oil. $45.2. This used to be at 47. Let this cool, let this cool. 170 flocks. That's a lot of wood. Okay, get that. Remove these. Dude, someone's gonna get stuck on the edge, aren't they? Let's remove this one first. Someone's gonna be stuck on the Neutronio. They'll be like, dude, I need some help. The sweeps are almost done. Give them some more sweeps if they're bored. We gotta sweep a lot of stuff, man. Okay, we could get rid of that. Keep that right there. Trim that, trim that. Nice. Nice. Alright, good stuff. Gonna continue the digs, making this more habitable. We're going to be getting our power over here eventually. Take some time to build this out. Still pumping out a lot of the polluted oxygen. A lot of CO2 on this side for whatever reason. And then we're going to be already moved out a lot, if not all of the ice out. A lot of the mercury right here is being annoying though. And we should be moving out the mercury to there. There should be no reason why we have any mercury here, to be honest. Okay, so we shouldn't have water anymore, right? Just randomly appearing. So we're going to start allowing water to be dumped right here. And we're going to enable auto bottle. So anytime we mop up the water, or it's right there, they're just going to move it out and delete it by refreezing it, by dumping it out to the outside, and that should work out. Right, because what we're doing here is the same thing. Just drop the mercury, let it freeze, and it'll be good again. Pitcher pump for oil if we need it. Ooh, look at that, melted. Nice temperature. Okay. This has a lot of petroleum, it looks like. We're not able to pump up any more oil, but I'm okay with that for now. Oh, this went up. 45.4. Why? It makes me think I really do need to go in and replace a lot of these regular tiles with insulated. It should be fine though. We just gotta give it some time. Alright, people of chat. This is gonna be a great spot for me to wrap things up for the night. I gotta get some dinner. Mamba's mad, he's yelling at me. The little baby's right behind me, sitting on his little cat tree, waiting to go outside. But we got some progress done. Demolier is shot down. We have our little spread. We now have oxygen included. And of course, guys, people of chat, we are doing good. Our first major objective is complete. Now we got to do the second one, find the third planet, and do the full steam ahead. But before we rush into doing all that, we're gonna take our time, cozy up, try to get the dupes good living areas, like making sure they don't shiver at night when they're sleeping. And I don't know how easy it is gonna be to heat up this area, but we will try. We will try. But guys, good spot. We're melting the oils, getting the powers. We're probably gonna want to tap the oil wells. That's gonna be a lot of heat we get. But for the most part, it is gonna be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Let's get that saving. Part 4.